guys, Tori here from Overlook Horizon. Welcome back here. We're ready to bring the astronauts home. It is Saturday, August 1st at about 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time, just in case you're watching the replay. If you are watching the replay, I'll try to put timestamps in the description below in case you want to skip ahead to different parts of our live video here, because we're going to be here for a little while. We've got a couple hours to go here. We've actually got hatch closure coming up here in about half an hour, and undocking is not for about another 2 hours. So we've got some time, and then we've got some departure burns that are going to happen. So we're going to be here for a while. So I got Tremor. Tremor's ready to go. Let's give you the no tag side. It's an official one. It's got the SpaceX tag and everything. But me and Tremor are ready to go. You'll see Tremor probably today during undocking. He's our zero-G indicator that's up on the International Space Station right now that Bob and Doug brought up there. You'll probably also see Earthy. I can't really show you Earthy because he has green on him and it screws with my green screen. But there's Earthy. Just pretend these transparent parts are green. So, SpaceX and NASA are actually going live right now. You can see it down here. I'm going to keep the volume down for now because we're going to talk and take a look at a couple of things before we go too far into it. But we'll switch back and forth in between their webcast and us chatting it up and answering some questions because we've got lots of time. Lots of time to go. There should be a T-minus countdown up here, but it's not, and I'm not sure why. So we're going to take a look at that. Maybe I'll pull up, let's go full screen and listen to their intro. Actually, that's what we'll do. We'll listen to their intro here real quick while I troubleshoot and figure out why the countdown timer is not there, and then we'll say hello to everybody and check out your comments, because they're getting up and getting ready to get started. I was just waiting to see if they were going to switch over, but when they do switch over, we'll listen to their intro. So, and then we'll come back. We'll talk. We got to look at weather for our recovery sites. There's a whole bunch of recovery sites, and actually the prime location is going to be in the Gulf of Mexico here right now. So they're getting ready to go here. Now let's listen in and see what they have to say. Are we hearing anything? Oh, I don't have the volume up on the actual stream. Let's see. Don't want to blast anybody's eardrums out here.
With NASA astronauts Bob Behnken, who's actually in the frame right now, and Doug Hurley on board just after 4:35 p.m. Pacific time to make their way back home to planet Earth. My name is Shiva Bharadwaj, and I'm a space operations engineer here at SpaceX, and I'm really excited to be bringing you live coverage today of Crew Dragon as it completes its very first trip to space with people on board as part of our second demonstration mission for NASA. And joining me today is NASA Public Affairs Officer Leah Cheshire.
Thanks for having me, Shiva. It really is great to be back here for this historic milestone moment in NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Once Dragon departs station, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley's flight home is expected to last roughly 19 hours. That'll include 4 departure burns that move Dragon away from station, a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its landing location, and 1 final deorbit burn. Their trip home will also include an 8-hour sleep period later tonight, where both crew members will be able to get some rest before their arrival back on Earth tomorrow after a little more than 2 months in space. Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida in the Gulf of Mexico tomorrow at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels.
Now, the mission began about 2 months ago on May 30th from historic Launch Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And after a successful separation from the Falcon 9, Bob and Doug enjoyed a 19-hour flight on board Dragon before they came to the International Space Station. Now, since arriving, Bob and Doug have been doing some real work aboard the station. In fact, Bob and Station Commander Chris Cassidy completed several spacewalks, and they've also been taking some really spectacular photos of planet Earth and the Dragon spacecraft as it's been in attached operations. We'll have a chance to share some of those later on in the broadcast.
And I can't believe it, but it's already.
I'm pretty excited about that. All right, so we got our stuff all sorted out here, and actually I can split. Let's see, which split can I do? This one? No, this one. That's the one I wanted. There we go. So we'll split that so you can actually see them down here next to me. And now we've got our countdown. Countdown was, I forgot to actually start it there, but there we go. We're up and running and good to go. And we'll keep some views visible so that we can see what's going to happen here. So they've got a number of things that are going to happen as we get closer to undocking. So right now they're actually loading the Dragon. This is like final preparation. So they've already The bags are packed. There's a lot of stuff loaded into Crew Dragon right now, and as they get closer, they will close that hatch very early. It appears very early. It's at about 5:45, which is only about 25 minutes from now is when they're expected to close the hatch for the Crew Dragon capsule. Then they're going to need to pressurize it, they'll do leak checks, make sure all the systems are good to go, so that before they actually do the undocking. So they'll stay hatch closed, but docked for about an hour and 45 minutes, and then they'll undock. They're going to do a series of departure burns. The first two are pretty quick, right after undocking, to get a little bit of space from the space station, and then after that there are two more burns that are officially classified as departure burns that will further separate them and get them outside the keep out sphere. And then after that they're officially departed, but they will still have a couple of phasing burns to lower their orbit over the next couple hours, and they're going to come back to Earth tomorrow at about 2:42 p.m. Eastern time, which is what is that, 1842 UTC? Did I do that math right? So that'll be tomorrow, and I'll be live starting at 1 p.m., which is 1700 UTC. Is that right? That'll be tomorrow. So we'll actually see the splashdown tomorrow. Today we're just going to watch undocking. It'll be a little bit of a chill stream, but it is gonna last for a while here. But I did, while we're waiting for undocking to actually happen here, let's check out and see some of the comments that we had coming in that I missed while I was trying to quickly troubleshoot the countdown timer here. So see a whole bunch of people over on our Periscope and Facebook there. So hello to everybody over on those streams there. See a couple people on Twitch. What's up, Russian Rooster? I hope they make it, Red Scorpion, I hope they make it back safely. I really don't think such a new vehicle should have spent that amount of time up there. It is kind of interesting. So one of the things that's this is the longest that a Crew Dragon has spent in orbit. So prior to this, we had the Demo 1 mission, which was actually well, let's see, hold on. I forgot which button does which here now. I have all these splits, but there we go. That's the one I wanted. I have all these splits set up from the launch, but that was, what, 9 weeks ago now. Forgot which buttons do which. But yeah, this has been up there for 9 weeks, and prior to that, the Demo 1 mission was only up there for 6 days. 6 days and change. So a little less than a week, actually, that was up there. And so now they went right to 9 weeks. But obviously they were confident enough to go right to that. And then after that, I mean, 9 weeks is very small compared to the actual duration that it is expected to be up there on operational missions. So the next one right after this is a operational mission, and that's going to be up there for like 6 months. So 9 weeks, it does seem like a big jump, but compared to what the next mission is, it's not that big of a jump. So you gotta bridge that gap somehow so that you can build up to it. Because if you go from 6 days and then the next one after that is 6 months, that's a big jump. So it might seem like a big jump, but it's not that bad. It's not too bad. Plus, as it's docked to the space station, a lot of the space station systems integrate with the actual Crew Dragon itself. So things like power and environmental control and stuff like that, it can actually get from the space station. It doesn't necessarily have to perform that on board. It's kind of like in a sleep mode during this whole time, and really just has to power up and come back. But now, let's see, what else did we miss here? Still would have been cool if NASA let them use propulsive landing with the retro rockets. Yeah, that's the Super Draco engines. It supposedly has, well, it was capable of doing propulsive landing, but I'm pretty sure all of that is, well, I know it's been scrapped for NASA missions. The question was always, like, if something went wrong with the parachutes, is there any sort of software backups to be like, we know we're not supposed to use this, but we got no other options? I feel like they would have to leave that in there, right? I mean, why just eliminate it just because, like, last resort, like, hey, don't touch this button unless you need to. I feel like it might be in there, but I don't know if they've ever confirmed. I don't think they've ever confirmed that. Do they undock as soon as coverage starts? There's going to be a build up to it. Yeah, undock is actually at not till 7:30, so we got almost 2 hours until undocking. You can see in the countdown on the top left there. What else do we miss? Having a bit of a couple of people having some heat waves. I'm sure people are dealing with the hurricane down in Florida. Earthy tremor. The flag is going home today. Yep, forgot about the flag. Good memory on the flag. The flag that was brought up, you can actually see it's not. It was hanging above the hatch there, but the flag has been handed off and is probably stowed at this point, or maybe they're holding on to it for maybe one final farewell. They did have a farewell ceremony this morning, which we can take a look at here in a minute, but they did have a farewell ceremony this morning at like 9:15 this morning. Oh, we went blue screen on the space station view. Where they actually officially handed off the flag this morning, and that's the flag that was brought up by the last Space Shuttle mission, which Doug Hurley was actually on, and Chris Cassidy on the Expedition 63 crew for the space station gave it to Doug Hurley as the first American crew to launch to the International Space Station from American soil, and he's going to bring that flag back down to Earth with him. He's captured the flag. Is this live from space? Yeah, these are all live views right now that we're looking at. If they forget the flag, they have to turn around. Don't make me turn this capsule around. In the time that crew DM-2 is on orbit, SpaceX Starship exploded, cleaned up the mess, built a new launch pad, and are ready to fly SN5 within the next few days. I guess I never really thought about that, but yeah, We Be Good is correct. A lot of Starship developments happened over the last 9 weeks, and the SN5 150-meter hop should be coming up soon. Keep an eye out for that. We'll try to live stream. If SpaceX provides a feed for that, we will try to live stream that too, because that will be really exciting. Not that this isn't exciting, but... All right, so I think we got through everything.
I believe I just heard a go call on the FD net, but I think we're still in the process of assessing vehicle health and actually making sure that Bob and Doug can ingress the capsule, which should be underway currently.
So I was starting to could hear some background on the nets there. We're going to try to leave this up here.
So with Dragon's ingress operations now underway, we're about 10 minutes to hatch closure and about 2 hours until Dragon departs the International Space Station at 4:34 p.m. Pacific time. So next up for Bob and Doug, they need to get in their spacesuits.
Yeah, and actually the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the case of a cabin depressurization. If that were to occur, then the suits actually inflate with either a combination of nitrogen and oxygen, or oxygen depending on the pressure in the cabin. And they give them a habitable environment long enough to get home safely in an emergency scenario. The external portion of the suit is also flame retardant as well, so if there were a fire on board the vehicle, the suits would help provide the crew some protection in that event.
Yeah, so this is hatch closure that's coming up right now, which is not undocking. I see a little bit of confusion. Hatch closure, there's going to be a long time, like I said, between hatch closure and undocking. Hatch closure is coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes here. So right now they're just making sure that the vehicle's healthy, and they will need to don their suits. Don and doff, right? Those are the official terms. I think don is the correct term to actually put the suit on. And that's something that they actually had to practice once they got to the space station, is putting the suit on in microgravity. So that was not... it's not really something that you can practice on the ground, putting the suit on and taking it off. So that was something that they performed on the way to the space station. So they actually took their suits off, then hung out in the capsule while they were in transit to the space station. Then they had to put it back on. If you remember correctly from when we actually docked to the space station, Bob, when he put his spacesuit on, actually didn't do the zipper correctly, and he had like a micro leak in his suit that they were registering on the sensors. So that's obviously something that they looked at and would hopefully correct this time around. But that was the first time that they had ever put the suit on in microgravity. So they're going to have to do that again. I'm pretty sure they practiced it actually a couple days ago on the space station as well, just making sure that they could still fit in their spacesuits, because they have been in microgravity for 9 weeks now. What's the predicted time of entry back to Earth as long as everything goes on schedule? So predicted time is going to be 2:41 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. It's actually 1 minute different than what the original plan was. It was originally 2:42, but now they're saying it is 2:41. And actually, while they're talking here and getting ready to start hatch closure here, we'll take a look at the recovery map here so you can get an idea on where they're going to be coming down. So normally the primary recovery, there's a lot of pins here on the map. We're particularly, I suppose we could get rid of some of these here. Let's get rid of some of these pins real quick so we get rid of the clutter. There we go. So these are the Dragon landing sites, and particularly what we're looking at is the light purple sites, which would be prime recovery zones. This over here is where Demo 1 landed. So this was way out at sea for Demo 1, and they did that on purpose to make sure, that was the first time a Dragon capsule ever came back. So that was to Demo 1 landed way out here. The original plan was to land Crew Dragon closer to shore here, but obviously we've got a big hurricane coming through right now, so it's expected to come through tomorrow. That's bad timing to actually land in the Atlantic here, so that would have been the original planned recovery zone, but now they are targeting the Pensacola landing zone. So that is not this one. That's is that what this one here? This one. That's Pensacola. So right now they're targeting the Pensacola landing zone, which is over here. It's actually the dark purple dot, but they have all these areas here for the Gulf of Mexico. But last we had heard on Twitter, their primary landing site was going to be the Pensacola landing site up here on the dark purple dot. There was some speculation that maybe they would go to the Tampa landing site, which is this one over here. But this morning they said that they were going to go to Pensacola, so it looks like they're going way over here, and then they would take the boat to I don't know if they're going to go. This will be the question to look at tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to actually take the boat and go to like Pensacola and then fly from there to Houston, because normally they would splash down, and this is going to be way safer, as Bust a Move mentioned on Periscope here. Definitely way safer than trying to land in the Atlantic. So they're going to land in the Gulf of Mexico, which should be fine for weather because it looks like the hurricane's going to stay well to the east. So they'll land out here, and then they will take the boat back to port and then take an airplane, the NASA Gulfstream airplane, to Houston. They do have the capabilities to take a helicopter from the boat back to land in case there's some sort of medical emergency or something like that. But under normal circumstances, I believe they're just going to take the boat back to port. What is Plan B? Well, I think Plan B is going to be one of these other Gulf of Mexico sites here, but I believe they're going to. I'm guessing they didn't really say too much other than they're targeting Pensacola, but I believe the Pensacola site is likely because it's the furthest away from the hurricane track. It's going to be way away. You could, Tampa is kind of on the edge there. If the hurricane, moves just to the west a tiny bit, it could put your primary landing site in danger if you were targeting Tampa. So you go to Pensacola, it's way, way far away from the hurricane track. Let's see, what did we miss for questions here? Hurricane Isaias, is it Isaias? Am I saying that correctly? It's still a Category 1, but it's preventing them from splashing down on the other side. Correct, yeah, we could take a look too. Wanted to see how far they were. Actually, they're taking some of the ventilation duct work out of there, so it looks like we're getting close to hatch closure.
Quiescent mode. So that's really just a low power state where we've only got monitoring on the thermal system, the propellant system, taking a look at some parameters in case we were to see anything that would trigger the Dragon's onboard automation to wake the vehicle up and let ground operators know something needs to be addressed. The onboard life support system is actually only used when we close the hatches and for brief periods when we are configuring the vehicle when we first arrive, and periods when we're leaving, like right now. So that duct that they pull out, the intermodule ventilation duct, that actually provides clean, breathable air and circulates the air in the capsules, and providing that air from the International Space Station.
And it looks like hatch closure is soon to be underway.
Houston and Hawthorne from Endeavour.
Still working to take out some
Sounds like they're starting hatch closure early.
Back into the space station.
And we went silent there. Sounds like they're going to start closing the hatch here a few minutes ahead of schedule. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule here, which is
so as part of those activities, moving the intermodule ventilation duct, they activated, of course, the lithium hydroxide scrubbers on board Dragon. Cap and fan has been running. And I think we're just waiting on confirmation of hatch closure.
Yes, and I think they just called down that they are working on that, putting that into motion. We're getting one step closer to sending Bob and Doug home.
Closed for Endeavour.
There you go.
SpaceX copies.
So that's the hatch.
Houston copies.
That would be the actual Crew Dragon hatch that they closed from inside the capsule there. So now they've got
and we just got confirmation that Capsule Endeavour has closed the forward hatch.
So now they're taking that protective cover off, and they're going to close the hatch on the space station side that is on the other side of the international docking adapter there. So you've got kind of...
We can actually see on our screen the activities to close the APAS hatch as well.
Yeah, so they're going to close that right there on the space station
and that
side.
Crew Dragon hatch closure came at 2:36 p.m. Pacific time as the International Space Station was flying over the North Atlantic Ocean.
And then at that point, they're going to need to make sure...
As part of hatch closure operations, Bob and Doug actually inspected the seal on the interior surface of the forward hatch on Dragon. And we're talking about the forward hatch and the side hatch. The forward hatch is actually the part that's attached to the front, sort of the front portion of the International Space Station. So if you imagine the International Space Station flying in a direction around the Earth, the forward direction of it is what we're attached to. And that, if you were imagining the capsule sitting on the rocket, is actually at the very top of the rocket underneath the nose cone. So if you're imagining the rocket as it was on the launch pad, it's a little bit sideways right now.
It was interesting.
And there's a sealing surface.
The Mountain Dew can is getting green screened out. So yeah, they're working on closing the hatch here right now. They will need to depressurize that area between the two hatches so that when they actually undock, that they don't just blow the spacecraft away and completely destroy everything. So they'll depressurize that area between the spacecraft and the International Space Station, between those two hatches right now. They'll need to pressurize the actual spacecraft itself, which for the most part should be pressurized already, because it's, they're just closing the hatch, but they may need to make some adjustments to that or do some leak checks and make sure that it's pressurized to the level that they will need for transit and for splashdown.
They provide communications, uplink and downlink and commanding, actually. A downlink for us to command the vehicle as well if we need to step in on the ground side. Speaking of which, we actually have a view of mission controls in Hawthorne. So
everybody says that they're playing Kerbal. They're all
They're
on there playing Kerbal. No, they probably do the ISS simulator. That's what they would do, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be the ISS simulator? They'd all be there practicing here, right? I had this pulled up to mess around with. But in case you wanna, if you haven't done it yet, this is actually a lot of fun to do the ISS simulator. To try to, basically, this is a very similar view that astronauts would have on their displays. So if you want to play with this and try it out, it's iss-sim.spacex.com. I'm not really I'm pushing buttons, but I'm not really paying attention to where it's going. But it's a really fun simulator to play around with. I would highly recommend it if you have not done it already. That would be my guess. I don't think they're playing Kerbal. I bet they're just practicing. They're practicing the simulator, but in reverse, right? This one is practice docking. They're probably practicing the undocking. I don't know why Mission Control would have to do that. That seems like that's something the astronauts should be worried about. But anyways, give it a shot.
Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but the vestibule, the space between the APAS hatch and the forward hatch on Dragon is really just a small volume that is normally exposed to the vacuum of space when we don't have a visiting vehicle like the Dragon spacecraft. And we have to step through some depressurization steps once we have confirmed that all of those hatches are secured, both on the International Space Station side as well as on the Dragon side of the spacecraft.
So we just heard the call that Bob and Doug are go for suit donning. So the Dragon hatch is closed. They've said farewell to their orbiting friends for now until they're all reunited in the ground in the future. And they'll be going through that suit donning shortly. You did mention it looked like Bob Behnken was already in his comfort garment, that first layer of the suit.
Yeah, the comfort garment is it's basically like an athletic garment. Just helps them stay comfortable before they step into the suit. And the suit is largely a one-piece design. So the helmet is integrated into it. The boots are integrated into it. Really, they will unzip some interfaces on the suit, climb into it, zip all those attachment
Look
points
at the size
up.
of that wrench.
And there's actually an umbilical on the leg of the suit, so it's a kind of a connection that provides gases and electrical connections to the suit, so they can use the integrated microphones in their helmets, and it also provides them breathable gases for suit leak checks, and if we were to have one of those emergency scenarios, it would also provide pressurization to the suit.
So I think somebody asked, or Bust a Move asked, did they fix the zipper leak in the suit? I don't think it was actually something they needed to fix. I think that, from what I remember, I believe Bob just put the suit on incorrectly, like he didn't zip it completely, or there was like a piece, they told him to look for a white something. I can't remember exactly what they said, but he was supposed to look for a white something that was sticking out, and they believed that he didn't zip it correctly, or he had a little piece of the fabric or something that didn't completely seal the suit. So I don't think it was something that needed to be fixed. It was just like, hey, Bob, do better next time. I don't know. That's the only way I can explain it. But I believe that's what happened. But now Chris Cassidy's got the giant wrench. He's getting ready to close that hatch there. They'll depressurize the vestibule area, that area between the space station and the Crew Dragon capsule. They got the camera set up so that, I don't know if they'll let us see that view of the camera, but likely that's mostly for mission control, for them to be able to see the actual hatch closure procedures, make sure that everything is going correctly. They may show that to us, but that is one heck of a beefy friction arm that camera is on. The thing is huge. I need one of those. When is the rocket landing? Well, it's a capsule that's going to be landing, and the capsule's landing tomorrow, 2:42. Would you, what does that say? Could you see them come down from Pensacola coast? I don't think, I've heard this question asked before. If you were standing at Pensacola, could you see them land? I think it's going to be too far offshore to see, because they're going to be coming from the southwest. So if you look at, we'll take a look, oops, wrong button. So this is the current path of the International Space Station here now. I don't think I can forward this to tomorrow, but it's going to be roughly the same shape. It's just going to be closer to Florida come tomorrow. But they're going to be coming from the southeast there. This is the International Space Station right now is, I believe it's this one right here. Yeah. Right there is the International Space Station now. So it's on the opposite side. But eventually this path will get a little closer towards Florida for tomorrow, but they will be coming around the Earth and coming up from the southwest here. So that path will be more like this for tomorrow. So I don't think you'd be able to see it from Pensacola. I'd be surprised. I could be wrong. Oh, sorry. 240. Sebi says 2:42. What time zone? So landing is scheduled for 2:42 Eastern Daylight Time. That is 18:42 UTC. and that's 2:42 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So it's going to be in the afternoon for us here on the East Coast. What software is this? This is called Stuff in Space. It's actually kind of cool. It's you can show all the stuff in space. That's why it's called Stuff in Space. So this is all the orbital debris and satellites that are up there, and you can kind of zoom in and take a look at all the different satellites that are in orbit. It kind of looks terrifying in this view here. The red ones, let's see, I forget what the key is. The red ones are satellites, the blue ones are rocket bodies, and the gray ones are debris. So red satellites, blue is rocket bodies that have been just left up there, and the gray is miscellaneous debris. So yeah, it's called Stuff in Space. I think it's stuffin.space if you want to check it out. It's kind of cool. And right now, let's see. So we're hatch closure. They did the actual Crew Dragon hatch closure. That's actually ahead of schedule. They did that about 10 minutes early. Right now, we just passed the hatch closure on my event countdown there, which was supposed to take place like now. They actually did that 10 minutes ago. So they're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. We'll have to see if they undock ahead of schedule, or they're going to actually wait until they get to all the way to 7:34 p.m. Eastern Time. Can they put a camera on one of those satellites? Well, a lot of satellites have cameras on them. I mean, most of them don't have like live streaming cameras, but a lot of them have cameras on board. And actually, you can receive live images from like the GOES 16 satellite or the GOES 17 satellite. I've actually done that personally with a antenna outside in my backyard, just pointing up to the sky at the right spot with a Raspberry Pi. You can download images, weather images, directly from the GOES satellite, and it's actually, I mean, it's a live picture of Earth from, as the satellite took it. It's kind of cool. I got to do a tutorial about that and put it on the channel. I started putting one together, but I never finished that video.
We heard there was a comm check between the core here and Hawthorne Mission Control up to the crew. That's a very good sign. That means that they're well underway into their suit donning procedures. Suit donning just referring to getting into their suits. And one of the first steps there is checking that the microphones work both in the cabin as well as in their suits. Now, kind of what we were talking about earlier, once we get through suit donning, which will have a couple of steps involved in it, first with these comm checks, and then we'll actually do some pressure checks to make sure that the suits are leak tight. Once we get through that, then we'll actually go through a quick poll. Mission control teams will verify that we're go to depressurize the vestibule, again, which is that space in between Dragon's forward hatch and the station's 8-pass hatch on the mating adapter. Pressurized mating adapter on the forward module.
And as you saw, some flashes in that area down in the vestibule. That's Chris Cassidy, commander of the International Space Station, down in that space. He's taking pictures, and he'll be sending those back down to the ground team so that they can check out how the hatch closure procedure went, and he'll be able to provide those detailed photos for future use as well.
Yeah, vehicle actually undergoing a number of reconfiguration steps at this point. With crew, of course, on board, we have to make sure that our life support systems and thermal systems are all operating as nominal. And the volume actually in between in the vestibule, that pressurized area, which is now at about 14.7 psi, will actually vent that through some vent valves on the Dragon side of the system.
So one of the two astronauts returning to Earth in Crew Dragon.
All right, so while they start talking about Doug a little bit, so we've got suit donning happening right now, which is likely why we can't see the inside of the capsule. They shut those off for privacy reasons. Who want don't want to watch them getting dressed, so they're going to shut the cameras off. Once they get their suits on, then they'll allow the cameras to go back on board, and we'll probably get a view of Doug and Bob inside the actual capsule itself. So right now we're waiting on that. I don't know what they've... Oh, they've got some music playing here now, so I can't... Or is that my music that's playing?
SpaceX demo
Yeah, they got music playing, so I'm not going to switch to theirs. We'll continue talking. Why don't we take while we're getting a little bit of history on Doug. Let's take a look at our weather here, so you can see what the weather is looking like down in the Florida area where we're coming in for landing. So right now, this is Hurricane Isaias. I hope I'm saying that right. I think Bust a Move corrected me a little while ago, but I forgot what he said already. Isaias. Yeah, I'm getting it. I got it right. Isaias. Right there. Hurricane Isaias. That's going to come up the coast here. Should stay on the east coast of Florida, which is why we're not landing in the Atlantic Ocean tomorrow. And they're going to land at Pensacola. So this is current weather. If we fast forward to, we would need, let's see, we want the 2nd at 2 p.m. here. This is tomorrow's weather. This is the actual landing weather here. This is wind speeds that we're looking at right now. So you can see those 2 recovery areas were right here. And then you got to figure that once they splash down, it's going to be about an hour for the SpaceX Navy to get the capsule on board the ship. Then they have to open the hatch and let the astronauts out. So it's like an hour to an hour and a half before the astronauts can actually get out. And then you got a ship in the middle of the ocean, and they got to come back. They'd have to drive through this or go somewhere. So it's not going to work out to land in the Atlantic. So they're going to land in the Gulf of Mexico over here. And you can see weather over there much calmer. You can also see, we talked about the Tampa recovery site, which is right here. This is actually right now at 14 mile per hour winds. That exceeds the wind restrictions for Crew Dragon splashdown. So they have a very tight wind margin. Winds have to be below 10 miles per hour in order for them to splash down. So this actually violates those wind conditions here in the Tampa space. You've actually got right up here, the other sites, you've got, this one's right at 10. It's like right on the line there. As you get a little closer, one of the other, I forget where, you got Tallahassee was here. Whatever the other, I'm not familiar with the Florida cities here, but whatever this other city was another backup zone, and then you got Pensacola over here. The Pensacola site right now predicted to be 2-3 mile per hour winds, which is fantastic for landing. You also have to be concerned with waves. And pretty much the entire Gulf of Mexico is low wave activity out here. So any of these sites would work for the most part for waves. You can see it gets up to like 2-3 foot waves here on this side. But out here in the Atlantic, 10-foot waves, 12, 15, 16, almost 17-foot waves. That's too much. It's too much. You can't land crew there. So out here where it's over here by Pensacola, it's less than a foot, which is like, what is that, like 3 meters? Did I do that math right? Or no? It's the other way around. Not 3 meters. It's less than, it's like a third of a meter, right? I did the math backwards. I don't know, somebody correct me. I'm so bad with metrics. I'm trying to get better. I'm working on getting better at the metric conversion. I blame it on the US here for teaching us nothing but the imperial system. It's hard for me to learn a new system as an adult. 0.3 meter. Thank you, Elasku on Twitch. That's what after I corrected myself, it's divide by 3, not multiply by 3. Got it. Roughly. I know it's not exact, but so anyways, that's the weather that we're looking at. We also got radar to look at. Nothing over here for radar for recovery, but over on this side, obviously we've got the hurricane that's going to bring some precipitation. So that's going to be a big concern, obviously, that we don't want to have to contend with. All right, now they're showing us Bob. We'll put Bob on hold for a bit while we chat some more. Keep an eye on the weather here. So everything else, I don't think there's any other major. I'll pull up the criteria so that you guys can see what the recovery criteria is here, because I do have that as well. So here's the recovery criteria. Can you see this? Let me zoom in. We'll zoom in. Oop. Let's see. Here we go. Recovery criteria. Wind speed no greater than 15 feet per second. I believe that's about 10 miles per hour. Correct me if I'm wrong on that math. I'm not going to do that on the fly. Wave period, significant wave height, driven by wave height and wave period relationship. In general, when wave height and wave period are in the same, the condition is no-go, no greater than 7 degrees wave slope. So basically, you can't have big peak to trough. You don't want the capsule sitting out there rolling in these huge waves. Like, it's got to be pretty gentle. I mean, not only the capsule, but the actual recovery ship as well. Rain, less than 25% probability of 25 dBz in protected boundary. That 25 dBz, that's a radar measurement. I believe it's 25 decibels in relation to Z. Essentially, when you're at 20 dBz, that's light rain. And the higher you go, you're getting heavier and heavier rain. So 20 dBz is light rain, 25 is kind of lightish rain, and then the more you go, you're getting medium and heavy rains. So you need less than 25 dBz and less than 25% probability of that. Lightning no less than 10 miles and no greater than 25% probability of lightning in the protected boundary. So that's the protected area where they need to make sure that they have clear. They also, not only do you have to be able to recover the ship and recover the capsule or worry about the boat and the crew and things like that, but you also have a helicopter that's going to be out there in case of medical emergencies, and the helicopter needs to have good flying conditions. So you've got to make sure that the helicopter is confirmed as operational. Helicopter's not doesn't have any sort of flight restrictions like visibility and cloud cover and all that kind of stuff. Vessel pitch roll, because the helicopter will be taking off from the vessel, so you don't want it pitching huge amounts. It'd be really difficult to take off with a helicopter if it's pitched over by 30 degrees. And obviously visibility as well. So lots of criteria that they have there, but Pensacola is actually looking pretty good. And so far we're go to proceed at this point. Let's go back. Let's get our shot up here. Get this back up. Let's see which split we want. This split here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, recovery criteria: wind, waves, wave slope, rain, lightning, medical helicopter. Right. Yep, good summary. If they can boosters to land now controlled, why not the capsule? The thing with it's really just human rate. It's not that the capsule couldn't physically land. I'm assuming you're talking about propulsive landing. This is Brian on Facebook. Why not have the pod land as the boosters? So it's not that it can't do it. They actually can do it. It's just that the safety margin to do that and to demonstrate it was going to be really high. SpaceX was going to have to perform a lot more demonstrations, have a bigger safety buffer for doing propulsive landings. They could do it. The Crew Dragon capsule had the capability and potentially still has the capability to do that, but the problem was just that safety factor. It would have taken them longer to get the flight, and they just decided that let's take the easy road. Landing by parachute is not really that bad. If we take the easy road and we go with parachute recovery, which turned out that the parachutes was actually kind of complicated as well, but the parachute option had way fewer restrictions that they needed for safety margins. So it was just easier, lower bar to get to this point here. Let's see. I wish I had learned. I'm on the same. Okay. I think you guys are talking to each other. They are tracking the biggest. Oh, people talking about tracking space junk. Yeah, they track all kinds of stuff. You guys saw on that map that I showed you, the stuff in space map. I mean, that's tracking all kinds of stuff. I mean, here's the stuff in space. I mean, they're tracking everything from not just satellites, but even like this is a random piece of debris. These are, random pieces of debris that are around here. They're tracking all that stuff up there. Some stuff gets away from us, especially when you have like big events like there were a couple satellites that were intentionally blown up that's really bad for tracking space junk.
That vestibule depressurization, bringing that space down to a vacuum. That should be happening very shortly, hopefully within the next 5 minutes, actually.
Yeah, so again, on your screen, left-hand side is spacecraft commander Doug Hurley. Right-hand side is spacecraft pilot Bob Behnken, and also joint operations commander. In front of them are the 3 touchscreen displays in the Dragon spacecraft. And with suit leak checks complete, the next major milestone, as you mentioned, Leah, is vestibule depressurization.
So you can see they're checking out all their screens. The crew will actually be monitoring during the departure portion of the flight. On the way up, they had a couple of opportunities to perform some manual flight tests by piloting the vehicle and checking those out and seeing how it would fly if you ever had to. But fortunately, it is an autonomous vehicle. So the goal is that the astronauts are along for the ride, there to monitor and there to step in case anything were to go wrong. But it should be an autonomous flight home. We're not stopping for any of those flight tests along the way.
That's right.
That's kind of interesting because I was curious if they were going to do any sort of flight tests on the way home, and it sounds like they're not going to do any. At least not any major ones. Catherine asked, was it Catherine? No, Carrie. Sorry, Carrie. Asked to see the path. I don't have like I can't fast forward
Just
this.
trying to take a look here.
This is the current path of the International Space Station here. If I go like this, this is the current location of the International Space Station. Zooming around here. This is the current path of the International Space Station. This path will shift closer to Florida by tomorrow, and the International Space Station is going to be coming from the southeast here. So when they land, this path is going to shift south. They're going to be coming up from the southeast, across. It'll actually be more like this down here, and then they will land in the Pensacola area as the current targeted landing site for tomorrow's recovery. They do have some backup options. They could change that. They're going to make the final decision tomorrow morning around just prior to 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. They will make the final call, but as of right now, they're targeting Pensacola, which is right about here in the Gulf of Mexico, to avoid the hurricane that's off on the east coast there. So there's your idea. And we did show, do I still have it here somewhere, or did I close it? Let's see. I have, there it is. Here's our map of all the recovery areas in the Gulf of Mexico here. So the closer you get to Florida, the more effects you're going to start to feel from Hurricane Isaias. So this Pensacola one's the furthest to the west, and that is looking pretty good right now. So they're gonna go for Pensacola, which is this dark purple pin right here. You've got the other pins, which is Panama City. That's the one I couldn't think of earlier. Panama City, Tallahassee, and Tampa would be the other recovery sites. Originally, the ideal recovery site is out here on the East Coast, would be right here by Daytona, or even, I think Daytona is the ideal one that they were going to go for. They also have this one up here, the Jacksonville one, and that might be the primary one. I can't remember whether Jacksonville or Daytona is the primary, where they wanted the primary. I think it's Daytona that was going to be the primary recovery site right here until the hurricane came along. Then they obviously had to go to the Gulf of Mexico, but way closer to Florida than Demo 1, which was way out here. Demo 1 was way off in the ocean so that they didn't endanger people and population. They wanted to make sure that it was way out there. And actually, Demo 1 came the opposite way. It actually came from the northwest here and came this direction to land.
Appreciate it.
I missed that. Demo 2 is going to be coming from the southwest.
And some words going up to the Crew Dragon crew from, as you mentioned, the core, the crew operations responsible engineer here on the ground at SpaceX. They spoke with the teams in Mission Control Houston and decided, yes, they are almost ready to begin that depressurization of the vestibule. This is the exact opposite procedure that we saw on the way up. And sounds like vestibule depressurization has begun.
So this is an important step because it takes a long time to pressurize that vestibule. And really at this point,
So as we mentioned,
they
working to bring
are
that space
reliant on the Crew Dragon capsule. I mean, they were reliant on it before, but if there was some kind of dire emergency, they could go back into the space station relatively easily. I mean, it does still involve, like, opening all the hatches and stuff like that, but they could potentially get back relatively quickly. Once you depressurize the vestibule, I mean, it takes a long time to pressurize that vestibule, and they're not going to be able to go back to the space station very quickly if something were to happen. So this is another reason why they wear their suits during the docking and undocking procedures in case something gets bumped around or they lose pressurization or anything like that. They have the suits on, they're protected, they can at least be self-contained for a little while until they can sort themselves out. But yeah, this is going to be a big step once they start depressurizing the vestibule there. Where's Tremor? He's right here. What do you mean, where's Tremor? He's right here. Oh, you mean the one, not this one. You mean the one that they have. Pretty sure he's stowed away. He's stowed, oops, wrong split. This split. He's stowed in the, I don't know if he would actually be, is he in the seat? I don't see him floating around. He was in the seat to the right of Bob there. So it would have been, let's see, in this view here, if we get the list out of the way here, it would have been, oh, we can't see, would have been right near the camera, but I don't see it. But here it is. I have one. I'll just show you mine. They were these are really hard to find now. I don't know if you can find them now, but they were on the SpaceX shop for a while, and that's where I got this one. Actually, on launch day, while I was still live streaming, I bought it. But they are a little more difficult to find now. But it's just a TY animal. What is it called? The TY Flippable. The TY Flippables collection. Tremor. I should put a link in the description or something, but I don't have one.
Use when they go outside on a spacewalk. They keep that at 4.3 psi. That way they are more able to easily move their fingers and their joints so that work outside isn't as difficult.
Yes, Dennis asks, are the buttons designed to be used with their gloves? They are. So those are touch screens, and the gloves that they have are designed to be operated with the touch screens. So yeah, no problem operating the touch screens with the gloves. It's an intentional design there.
Like 70% nitrogen and then about 20-something% oxygen, you actually need the concentration of oxygen to be higher. So when you go to those lower pressures, those suits actually transition to oxygen, right?
And taking a look at the data, it looks like we are at 5.9 psi in the vestibule. So coming up pretty soon, we should be expecting that call of having reached that 5 psi level that we're waiting for that 25-minute check.
So one of the things that he started talking about, actually, I made a TikTok about this. If you're on the TikTok, there's a TikTok video about this that I made. But the astronaut suits are typically, and I missed what he was saying exactly, but they're usually 100% oxygen in the suit itself, and they're usually at a lower pressure. That's the case for the NASA spacesuits. I don't know if that's, I believe the SpaceX suits are actually normal air pressure. So I don't think it's the case for the SpaceX suits, but I know when the astronauts go on a spacewalk in their big, huge NASA spacewalking suits, though maybe the SpaceX suits are the same. I don't know. I don't know that off the top of my head, but the NASA suits, the big ones that they do spacewalking outside the space station, those are only pressurized to 4.3 psi, not 14.9 psi, which is normal sea level air pressure. So they're actually low pressure. And that's because they're using 100% oxygen, or actually it's kind of circular. It's low pressure because it's 100% oxygen, and it's 100% oxygen because it's low pressure. But they use 100% oxygen so that they don't have to inflate the suits as far, because it would make the suits really stiff and hard to move in. So they can lower the air pressure, still give them enough oxygen, because remember on Earth, the oxygen is only like 20% of what we breathe. So it's not having 100% oxygen at a lower pressure still gives you the same amount of oxygen to your system. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what he was saying, but I heard the tail end of it and just thought it was interesting. I have a TikTok about it. You can check the TikTok. Find Overlook Horizon or OLHCN on the TikTok, or type !TikTok in the YouTube chat. And you can find my TikTok. I just like saying TikTok. If it doesn't get banned in the US. I mean, we might get banned. So I don't know why I'm promoting it now, because tomorrow it might be banned.
Or the forward node. Looks like Commander Chris Cassidy taking a look down the PMA and sealing up the hatch. Probably checking the seal there, looks like.
Yeah, probably checking it for FOD, or foreign object debris, making sure that there's nothing, even a minuscule hair, that could impair the hatches from getting a good solid seal. So it looks like another handover of our TEDRS satellite systems. Those are tracked. The flight controllers know when to expect those, and so they can target their communications with the crew and any of those operations around that as well.
And now would actually probably be a great time to kind of hear what the mission control team in Houston is doing and what's going on station side. Gary, can you give us an update?
Give us an update, Gary.
I sure can, Shiva. We're seeing the same results of the vestibule depressurization. It went down pretty quick, but again, as you said, we're looking for that thermal stabilization before we perform the leak checks. We saw good leak checks from the crew's suit-up procedures. The suit's looking pretty good. And then we just saw Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station finishing out his closeout duties of the pressurized mating adapter. That was that long tube on the other side of the hatch that he just closed, putting some items there, getting ready for the next crew coming up later this year. He closed the APAS hatch and configured that for closure, and taking some closeout photos and checking for any foreign object debris, and then eventually closed that node 2 forward hatch. That'll complete Chris Cassidy's duties really aboard the International Space Station for today. The primary role of undocking monitoring actually goes to Bob and Doug, with Mission Control Houston flight controllers monitoring from the ground. Chris Cassidy will be able to go inside the cupola. The windows are the shutters of the cupola windows are scheduled to be shut, but he'll be able to open them for situational awareness, take some good closeout photos of Dragon departing. Right now, we're just, again, in a holding period for that vestibule depressurization, holding rock steady at 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi. That is the final step. That is the final step, final check, really, for vestibule depressurization until we get down closer to vacuum. Then, of course, we have the go, no-go for undocking coming up in just about an hour, and then eventually we'll get to separation. Right now scheduled for just after 6:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Pacific Time. Everything looking good from the International Space Station side of things. Again, Cassidy's duties really wrapped up for today, closing both of the station hatches. With that, we'll continue to monitor this thermal stabilization, ready to continue depressurization of the vestibule coming up here shortly. With that, we'll pass it back over to you and Hawthorne.
All right, so that's kind of interesting, actually, that Chris Cassidy is pretty much done. I mean, he can he's like, I did my stuff. You don't need me anymore. You guys are in the capsule. I mean, once he's got to close the PMA hatch there, which is the big hatch on the inside of the space station. That's this one here that we're seeing there. So obviously he's still got to close that hatch, but once he closes the hatch up, it sounds like he's done. He doesn't have to do anymore. And then it's really up to Bob and Doug to monitor the onboard systems, because they will. Remember, this is a fully autonomous crew capsule. Is he frozen, or is he actually doing something? No, he's moving. Okay, he just looked frozen. That was really weird. Remember, it's a fully autonomous undocking procedure. They're not actively controlling it. They really just say, okay, it's time to go, and then it will undock, and away it goes. They just have to monitor. Let's see, there was a question I saw on Facebook from Brian. Why is there never a recovery up north? It's a good question, Brian, but generally it's really just because they want to be closer to all their reprocessing facilities. So Crew Dragon launches from Florida. Everything gets prepped in Florida. The crew has to get back to Houston that's where they do debriefing. So you just don't want to have too many sites spread out in the first place. I mean, you it's not great to have a million sites, because then you need a million support vessels and personnel and facilities and things like that at all these different sites. But you also want your recovery to be in the most ideal place where you could easily get the crew back and get the capsule back and start processing it for post-flight duties. So in the future, Crew Dragon will be reused. So this capsule actually that they're on right now is going to be reused on the Crew 2 mission. So not the next crewed mission. That will be another. That's going to be another brand new crew capsule, Crew Dragon capsule. But the one after that, so 2 crew missions from now, will refly this Crew Dragon capsule, this exact capsule. So they want to splash down near the reprocessing facilities and get it back into SpaceX's hands with minimal effort. You don't want to have to, if you tried to recover it, like say off the coast of Massachusetts or something, you know, now you've got a ship in the ocean with this vessel. What do you do with it? Do you bring it back to Boston Harbor and then truck it down to Florida, or do you take a boat and barge it all the way down to Florida? Just a lot of complications. Way easier if you just land off the coast of Cape Canaveral. Then you're like, we're home. Here we are. So that's really it. I thought NASA will not reuse them. It's good thing to bring up there, Flash X. That was the plan. The plan was not to reuse them, but actually they just changed their mind within the last couple of months. So they were not planning to reuse them. That was part of SpaceX's contract, was not to reuse the Crew Dragon capsules. But SpaceX was able to get NASA to amend their contract, and they will reuse the capsules starting with Crew 2. So this one's brand new. Crew 1, which is slated for the end of September, will be brand new. Crew 2, which is slated for 2021, will refly this exact capsule. So they are switching to reused they're going to allow reused capsules starting with Crew 2, which will fly this one here. So that is a new development within just the last couple of weeks here. Do you know what that funny looking strap on Bob is? The gray strap, I think, is just his harness strap. I don't know, it'd be interesting to see a side view on it, but it looks like just his harness strap that, I don't know, he's holding funny. Maybe he's not fully belted in. But that's what it looks like to me. Splash down near Pensacola. Yes, that's the plan right now. Splash down near Pensacola tomorrow, 2:42 p.m. Eastern Time, 1842. Yeah, 1842 UTC. Is that correct? I think I did that conversion right. I hate doing those live on the air like this. You're trying to like talk and think of what you're going to say next, and you're trying to do math at the same time. It's not a good combination. My son has been doing math. Oh, I thought you were making fun of me for my math there, Brian. He says my son is doing algebra in first grade, so look out, Elon. I think I was just being self-conscious. I thought you were making fun of me for doing math, but I believe he's just saying that his son is going to go work for SpaceX. Right on, Brian. I hope your son does work for SpaceX. Hey, TJ Cooney, what's happening, man? Dude, we need to collab on something. I'm glad to see you in the chat. How are you, man? Let's see. Oh, we got.
And Chris, I owe you shortly what the undock sequence time is.
And that was a call to Chris Cassidy on the space station, checking out and making sure that they were just echoing that they saw that Node 2 forward hatch closure. Things progressing well for an on-time departure. When Doug and Bob got into the spacecraft today, they had a few housekeeping things
to do.
They wanted to make sure those footrests that you see right there are firmly attached for the ride home. And then you can see a window over to the right of your screen. Those have had some window covers on them. They removed both of those, but they are still available so that when the crew go to sleep later tonight, they'll be able to put those window covers back up. That'll keep them.
Interesting side note on those windows there. You'll actually notice that there's 4 windows inside the crew capsule. capsule, the one like straight ahead in the camera view is completely blacked out. It's like a fake window, actually. They were originally planning to have 4 windows, but in order to get crew certification, it was easier to not have those windows actually work. But they're still part of the interior design. They're just covered on the outside of the capsule. So the 2 windows on the furthest side don't work. The 2 in front of them, like by their feet, do work. TJ says, for real, I would love to. I'm out of town, so I can't stream. Ah, bummer, man. You want to jump on as a guest? DM me if you've got Skype on your phone or something. You can jump on as a guest if you want. No pressure. No pressure. You can come in and tell the people what your thoughts are on it. Do you know how long the astronauts have been at the ISS? It's been about 9 weeks. When does the USA astronaut return to Earth? Yeah, tomorrow. 9 weeks. They've been up there for 9 weeks. They're returning tomorrow. Tomorrow, 2:42 p.m. Eastern Time, 1842 UTC.
I climbed in through that side hatch, but that's not what's attached to the International
How do they go to the toilet now? Well, they need to... There is a bathroom inside. There are restroom facilities in the Crew Dragon capsule. They're actually... I mean, right now they're strapped in, so... They're strapped in and they're in their spacesuits, so that's one of those things. I'm sure Mom told them to go to the bathroom before they put their spacesuit on and come home. So hopefully they've done that by this point, because it's a little bit too late now. But they could do it later. They could do it later after undocking. They could. They'd be able to use restroom facilities. They're only in their suit really just. Well, this will be interesting to find out. I couldn't find this before the stream today, but during the journey up the transit to the International Space Station, they actually take their suits off during the interim time there when they're transiting towards the space station. So they wear them for launch, then they take them off. They can kind of chill out for a little bit, sleep, do all that. Then they have to put them back on to dock to the space station. I think it's going to be the same thing here because they've got a long time. They're likely going to sleep before they actually come back for re-entry. So I believe, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm fairly confident that they're going to undock in their suits. They will doff their suits or take them off, and then that's when they could go to the bathroom. I mean, you can't, they have to. You can't wear your suit for 24 hours. I mean, they're going to have to go to the bathroom at some point. So I'm sure they're going to doff their suits, take them off, then they'll have to put them down before re-entry. TJ wants to know how long you're streaming for. We're gonna be here for a while, probably for another like 3 hours. So yeah, we've got undocking still is not for another hour and a half, or and then we're gonna hang out for the departure burn. So I'll be here for a while, TJ. If you want to jump on at some point and say hello and give us your thoughts on this, send me a DM and I'll send you a Skype link. And you could Skype into I can pull you in as a Skype guest on the show. You just got to download Skype on your phone or something. Nothing formal. Just give us your thoughts. Tell us what's happening. Deorberate all the things. Yeah. Have you got snacks? I do have snacks, actually. And at some point, I'm going to take an intermission, probably during our departure burns. But we'll be here for a while, talking it up. Is it true they have to limit food and drink intake before takeoff? Well, it depends on what you define by limit, but they have a normal breakfast or whatever time they're leaving at. They have a normal meal before they launch, but they do have to use the bathroom. It's actually kind of funny as they pull up to the pad. The Teslas pull up to the little bathroom at the pad, and Mom makes them all go to the bathroom before they get on the rocket. Kids, go to the bathroom before we get on the rocket. So they do go to the bathroom before they get on for launch. And I'm sure they did the same. I'm sure that Chris Cassidy reminded them to use the facilities before they got back in the capsule. TJ, done deal. I'll DM in a bit. Awesome. Super. I'll keep an eye out for it. Now I got to pay attention to my phone. Slated for 8 hours sleep time. Thank you. Where did you find... Who was that just said slated for 8 hours sleep time? William. William, where did you find that? I could not for the life of me find a detailed... Like my events list here that I have on the side is really disappointing to me because I could not find a detailed call out of all the different things that they were going to do. And I didn't want to get the timing wrong. So if anybody has a detailed list, that would be great. I just could not find the actual detailed minute-to-minute timing on that. What would happen if they relieve themselves right now? I don't know. They may have some astronaut diapers on. I don't know. That's what they did on the Space Shuttle. They'd have to wear diapers for launching. So they may still do that because they really can't. They don't have any opportunity to take their suits off at this point. Like they gotta leave them on for safety. Do they ask, "Are we there yet?" Well, I don't. Chris Cassidy can't hear them anymore, so they can't. They got nobody to ask.
So currently we are in a hold period of the vestibule depressurization. That's the area between the hatches that the astronauts fly through or float through when they arrive and float through when they depart. So we are holding at 5 pounds per square inch for 25 minutes to make sure that checks out, and they continue with depressurization after that. But Bob and Doug, as you can see, this view over their shoulder, it makes it look like we're on the ride with them. They have donned their suits. They are in their seats, monitoring everything on those screens aboard Crew Dragon.
I love this. I love this over-the-shoulder view right here.
Why don't we actually check in with Gary?
This is fantastic. They're going back to Gary here now, but this is a fantastic view. I love this over-the-shoulder view, just because like you can actually see the screens. I mean, we can't read them, but you can see the screens and see what they're looking at. And I just love to think about like what are they thinking about? Like what are they going like? What's going through their head? Like, you know, you always see them like messing with their hands. Like, are they nervous, or are they kind of just like, oh, I gotta sit here for another 2 hours before we undock? Or like, I always want to know what they're thinking about. Do they get jet lag? I don't believe they would get jet lag. I don't know if anybody's ever. I don't know if I've ever answered that, but I don't think they would get jet lag because they're not really changing time zones. Really, like they are pretty much. Like the International Space Station, I believe, operates on Central Time along with Houston. Is that correct? Well, they operate on a Central Time, like Space Station time. I don't know if it's Houston time. I don't know. We should look that up, what the actual Space Station Central Time Zone is. But they operate on a Central Time Zone. So it's not like they're changing. They're not really changing time zones. Let's see. They use UTC time. The zone of so. But I don't know. Now that's a good question. Now I'm wondering if their sleep schedules be screwed up from that. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Now I'm curious. They do, yeah, you're right. Hell's Belzify. They operate on UTC. It's the preferred, well, it said, from what my quick look around, the preferred time zone is UTC, which is, yeah, GMT. Same difference. But, yeah, they, I guess I'm just curious. Not necessarily, because there could be a difference between, like, what their preferred time zone is and what their sleep schedule is. Like, I don't know, if you still wake up and go to sleep at the same time that you normally would, it really doesn't make a big difference when you're on the International Space Station. They're just like, hey, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And you're like, well, okay, whatever. It feels like 8 a.m. to me, so I'm good. So the bigger question is not what time zone they use, but what they base their sleep schedule on. UTC is not GMT. Well, I know there's a subtle difference there. Like, doesn't one? I thought they were pretty close to the same. UTC and GMT. I don't know. I always use UTC. I'm not familiar with GMT or what the subtle difference would be, but somebody can educate me on that. How critical is it when going into re-entry for SpaceX? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ruben. I mean, obviously that's a very critical time period during re-entry, especially once they do that deorbit burn. There's not really an undo option, so they would have a difficult decision at that point when they make that deorbit burn, because at that point they're pretty much coming home.
So it's actually 10:30 almost aboard the International Space Station.
GMT uses daylight savings, UTC doesn't. I thought there was something along the lines with daylight savings, why they were different. And then there's BST, which is the difference in UK. So many times, so I just use my own local time zone, Eastern time, and UTC. Anyone know more about the astronaut Chris, the commander on the ISS? How long has he been at the station? When did Chris launch? He's been there a while now.
Checks monitoring the ride home. We want to make sure the astronauts are well rested, and even though the crew on the International
He's
get their sleep period soon, we'll see Bob and Doug get.
He went up in April. Chris Cassidy
Get some shut-eye.
went up in April to the space station.
Before they start to step into
And he went on a Soyuz capsule, so obviously Bob and Doug are the first to ride on the Crew Dragon capsule. Chris Cassidy went with the Soyuz back in April.
They can monitor and step in if they have to take any contingency actions, and also read back on the status of the vehicle.
Does it matter when they come back? Oh, okay. I see what the question was. This was Ruben's.
Assess the health of the system. Of course, one of the nice
Well,
things
okay, I see what the question. So Ruben was asking how critical is it when going into re-entry. He's asking how critical is it the point where they choose to go into re-entry. I mean, that's very critical. Like they're going 17,500 miles per hour. They have to hit their landing zone. And you're going 17,500 miles per hour. Really easy to fly past that if you miss the window. So basically, they would have a point where they have to make a no-go call on to do that deorbit burn. The deorbit burn has to happen at a certain point. They may have enough performance to, if they miss it on the first orbit, to orbit again and try it the second time around. They may still have enough performance to still do that. But eventually, if you wait too long, you're going to be too far away, and the spacecraft's not going to have enough performance to actually get to your landing zone. And so at that point, you'd have to basically abort and wait until you're lined up again.
Really sync up with its landing zone for tomorrow.
That's right. I think I might have heard a call.
Heard a little something.
Okay, there might be a call coming on Space to Ground. We'll be sure to keep an eye out for that.
Looks like pressure in the vestibule is still holding.
Yeah, and so as part of those burns that they have to do, the first couple of burns are really just to adjust the apogee and the perigee. So the apogee, if you can imagine the orbit of a spacecraft as an ellipse going around the Earth, the apogee is the highest point, or the point farthest away from the planet, and the perigee is the lowest point. And so right now, Dragon and the International Space Station, of course, still docked, and they're in a roughly circular orbit. After the conclusion of these departure burns, Dragon's apogee will be about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station, but we'll be slowly reducing our perigee. And then later on tonight, Pacific time, we'll actually conduct what's called a phasing burn. And the goal there is to adjust the orientation of that orbit just so we get our orbital pathway to line up over the landing site, where we will, or line up with a path that will cross over the landing site, where we can, when we issue our departure burn sequence, we'll be able to line up landing off the coast of Florida near Pensacola.
As you can see, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in their suits now, but after those first couple of departure burns, they'll actually be able to take off their suits, and they won't need to put them back on or don them again until tomorrow, just before the deorbit burn. And then they'll wear them the entire rest of the ride home. But for the majority of the rest of the evening after the departure burns 1 and 2, they'll be able to take off those spacesuits, relax a little bit more, enjoy their ride in Crew Dragon. And while Crew Dragon was on the International Space Station, we actually conducted some habitability tests. Of course, there's 2 astronauts flying today, but our future crews are scheduled to have 4 astronauts. So we brought in a couple of the space station's current residents to test out what it's like to have multiple people in Dragon once it's in microgravity. Performed lots of tests inside the vehicle. They had a little sleep period to see how it would be to sleep with 4 people in the vehicle, and things went pretty well. Looking forward to that first Crew 1 launch later this year.
And William here brings up kind of a good point. He said this is the first first manned SpaceX reentry. I'm going to change your terminology, William, and call it the first crewed SpaceX reentry. That they have to have some kind of nerves. They still depend, because some people evacuate their bowels when they take off. Yeah, I mean, this is the definition of your steely-eyed missile men here. I mean, these guys have nerves of steel, and yeah, they are the first. This is the first crew that's going to be coming back to Earth in a SpaceX capsule, and this is, while we're waiting here, this is actually what Elon Musk said was his number one concern was not launch. They asked him before launch, they said, are you concerned about anything about the mission? Like, is there anything that sticks in your head that would be of concern? And his concern was re-entry, was not launch. He wasn't, I mean, obviously he's concerned about launch, but that wasn't his main concern. His main concern was not launching and getting to the International Space Station. His main concern was re-entry and getting through that re-entry corridor and making sure that the thrusters on the Crew Dragon capsule could keep the capsule oriented properly so it didn't tumble or get off, helter-skelter there. They wanted to make sure, that was what he was worried about, is the re-entry. So that's going to be the big thing to watch tomorrow. So make sure you're following along, because tomorrow we'll be live at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 1700 UTC, for the actual recovery. That will be very, very nerve-wracking.
Testing to ensure the solidarity of those seals between the hatches, and as we saw earlier, they checked to make sure there was no foreign object debris or FOD, so that they would have a clean seal and be able to.
Will they land in the Gulf? Yes. Right now they're planning to land.
Step toward undocking.
Planning to land in the Gulf of Mexico.
Fast. They'll be looking to see if there's any pressure rise on the vestibule itself, which would indicate pressure coming through the forward hatch seal.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Vestibule thermal stabilization is complete and the leak check period has started. Additionally, the Dragon to ground path is now available. If you would like to swap one of your audio destinations to Dragon to ground, I am happy to support a comm check at this time.
Okay, Bob will do that.
SpaceX Dragon comm checks Dragon to ground.
I hear you loud and clear. How me?
And Anna, you came in very quiet. I'll bump up that channel and maybe we could try it again.
Copy. How is this?
That's a little bit better, Anna, but got it cranked up to be able to hear you, just for your awareness. A little bit different volume between the big loop and hearing you on the big loop and hearing you on Dragon to ground.
Copy. I will make sure to talk loudly into the Dragon to ground path.
Now this is interesting because they had...
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon to ground for a comm check. How do you copy me?
And Houston, we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Actually, my bad. I was not on the correct loop. Comm check again on Dragon to ground from Houston.
Okay, Leslie, we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. Much clearer, much less echo on this loop than the big loop.
That's a good data point, and we also have you loud and clear down here.
So interesting. So they actually had some communication problems when they docked to the space station. And those communication problems were different. They were actually...
So we just heard some comm checks.
They were able to successfully talk from Dragon to ground, basically using the Dragon's onboard radio systems directly to the ground systems. But they could not talk, if I'm remembering this correctly, they could not talk from the Dragon through the International Space Station out their radio systems to the ground. That was a problem when they docked, but now they're having trouble with the Dragon to ground. Not even Dragon to ground, actually ground to Dragon they were having trouble with. But interesting that, some of these things, like communication is a huge thing that they really need, obviously, for flying you know, flying and being able to stay in touch and having situational awareness with all your mission control and things like that. I mean, communication is kind of a big deal. Let's. Oh, yeah, we got the right one. All right. Let's see. Since this capsule has boosters, will it still be a bottom first landing, and will it destroy the boosters? So the capsule has. This is from William over on Facebook. The capsule has Super Draco abort motors that will not be used for landing. They are integrated into the capsule. Here, look it. I actually remembered my 3D model here. You can't really see it too well because it's small, but here's my Crew Dragon model. Are you going to be able to see this? Let me change the exposure on the camera because it's kind of getting. Let me darken myself so you can see the. Go even darker. Nope, that's going to screw up my green screen if I go too dark. Guess we're going to go here. So you can kind of see the Crew Dragon capsule, and it's not completely washed out. Right here this is one of the Super Draco pods here. There's actually 4 of them around the capsule. Those are the abort motors. This is the trunk at the bottom here. The trunk, you can they're showing it right now. Right there, you can see the Super Draco pods. The 4 on the outside, the trunk on the back. The trunk will be jettisoned, and this part will come off. The capsule will just come back. But there's a heat shield on the bottom, and it does come back heat shield first. So there's nothing that's really going to damage these Super Draco engines. I mean, they may have to be checked over because of the splashdown in water, but they're not. They don't really stick out, like they're not going to be physically damaged from like an impact or something like that. You have to paint the model to increase the contrast. Yeah, I know I should paint the model. I don't know if I'm that good at painting. I have to figure out how to paint it, but we'll have to do that. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I'll try to do it before tomorrow. What's the difference in the coloring? You're probably talking about the black section on the trunk, which is actually the solar panels there. So they've got. You guys aren't going to be able to see this, but there's a smooth section on my model, and then there's a ridged section here on the other side. That's where the solar panels are. The solar panels are all on one side of the trunk. The other side, there's no solar panels, so the solar panels are just on one side of the trunk there.
Who was sitting in the seat next to them for the ride up, and as I understand, their sons actually voted that that was going to be the zero-G indicator between the two of them.
They're also bringing something really interesting and with a lot of history to it back to the ground. There was an American flag aboard the International Space Station that flew on the first Space Shuttle mission and the final Space Shuttle mission, and it was left aboard the space station. That way it could be retrieved by the next crew who launched from America, and so they are also bringing home that piece of history as well.
Yeah, so I was looking up some facts earlier. The first Space Shuttle mission in April 1981. So that flag has been to space quite a while, and it's been on station now for about 9 years, which is a pretty long time to be in space.
Yeah, it's probably traveled more miles than any human ever, or any astronaut ever, for sure.
Yeah, so you've got, oh God, let's see, comments coming through about my model. I'm not reading those. Can the Dragon trunk be jettisoned in your 3D model? It cannot. No, this is actually one piece. It does separate, obviously, from the second stage and the booster, which I have, but I don't have on my desk because I wasn't planning on showing those for this. But I do have the second stage and the first stage as well. Those separate, but not the trunk. At least not on this model here. I need to make a bigger one. I wanted to start small, but I'm going to make a bigger one for presentation purposes. Where is Chris? Chris Cassidy should be done now. His job is over at this point, and it's all just on to Crew Dragon. Can they retrieve the trunk and the solar panel? No, the trunk and the solar panel is going to burn up in the atmosphere, so they will jettison the trunk before the deorbit burn, and then it would have orbital decay and eventually re-enter the atmosphere and burn up. But yeah, they will not recover the trunk. Although they surprisingly, during their in-flight abort test, somehow the trunk survived crashing into the water. It was almost in one full piece, so there's no way it'll survive its orbital decay re-entry, but it would be crazy if it did, but I don't think there's any way it could. I think everybody was surprised that it survived the in-flight abort test. How hot is the heat at re-entry? I believe it is... Actually, I can tell you exactly because I have that document. I want to say... No, it's not that one. Before I give you an exact number so that I don't screw it up, I want to say... No, I'll just tell you. I wanted to say it's like 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but I can't remember if it was 3 or 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. How hot is it? 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why, see, I told you I was stuck between 3 and 5,000 degrees. It's 3,500 degrees. 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. What is that in Celsius? 1,926 degrees Celsius is the re-entry heat expected on the heat shield during re-entry. 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So very, very hot. That heat shield has got a... They did do an inspection on the heat shield. So they were checking to make sure that... Well, not the actual heat shield itself, because it like the bulk of the heat shield is covered by the trunk, obviously. So you can't really inspect the heat shield itself. But not all of the heat shield is covered by the trunk. So the edges here, right where the trunk meets the Crew Dragon, there's a little bit of heat shielding on those edges there. And that's what they would have to inspect before recovery, because that's what's exposed to space there. That's where you could have like a tiny piece of orbital debris hit it. You could have all kinds of nicks or I mean, so they inspected that little tiny bit of heat shielding right by the edge of the Crew Dragon capsule where the trunk meets there. The rest of it is protected by the trunk, so that should be good to go. Can heat shields be reused after re-entry like the rocket booster? I imagine, well, there's going to be some portion of it that can't be reused, but some of the structure, I imagine, is reusable. But I believe it's an ablative heat shield, which means that some of it would be destroyed. Is that, yeah.
With a splashdown planned for tomorrow.
Here's the external view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station.
Is the heat shield jettisoned? Is the heat shield jettisoned? I thought that was only on Starliner that it was jettisoned. Now, all right, now you got me questioning it. Is the heat shield jettisoned? Maybe you're right, Sebi. Maybe the heat shield is jettisoned. Now I don't recall. Somebody look that up for me. Did they jettison the heat shield before actually splashing down? Why won't radios work during re-entry? Well, so when you're re-entering, you have that huge buildup of atmosphere that turns hot and then completely envelops the entire capsule in this hot plasma atmosphere that's just being plowed into, and it just absorbs any radio signals that you're trying to get in or out. I mean, it's basically impenetrable. I mean, it's like trying to sit inside a concrete building surrounded by metal and trying to talk out of, it's just a barrier to any sort of radio signals trying to go in or out of the capsule. Tori, are you streaming the SN5 hop tomorrow? Is it happening tomorrow? Are they going tomorrow? I wasn't sure if they were doing it for sure. If there's a SpaceX feed, an official SpaceX feed, I will try to cover this SN5 hop. I thought it was around 1,000. Just curious how aluminum travels through 3,500 degree temperature. The only thing getting 3,500 degrees is just the heat shield. So aluminum generally would not, like, you just put bare aluminum, it's not going to survive through 3,500 degrees. That's why you need a heat shield. That 3,500 degrees doesn't cover the whole capsule. Really, the bulk of the heating is just where the heat shield is. The heating on the side is much, much less than where that heat shield is taking. Ron Wilson on Facebook says, "Do you want to go to space someday, Tori?" I don't know. I am not nearly as brave as these guys are about going to space. I would love to. I don't know. I would love to be able to say that I went to space and have that experience, but like going through it and actually being in space and going through the launch and being just terrified that something would go wrong, like I'd be freaking out the whole time. I'd be loving it, but I'd be freaking out. And when I was done safely at home, I'd be like, that was awesome. It was fantastic, but I'd have to get through the process. Yeah. I mean, I say I would like to. I feel like it would be cool to go to the moon. I would be on board with that. I'd have to really pump myself up before launch. Isn't the thermosphere really hot, like 4,500 degrees? Yeah, so there's also a difference between... Don't get confused. Oh, there you go. Sebi just sent me on our Discord channel. The heat shield batteries components exposed to seawater upon splashdown for recovery were replaced. So no, it's not. Sebi says on our Discord, no, it's not jettisoned. Okay. But Starliner jettisons the heat shield, right? Don't they jettison the heat shield? I thought these were made of stainless steel. That's Starship is made of stainless steel. I think you're thinking of Starship, which is the new spaceship that's going to be taking people to the moon and Mars. That's not built yet. It's in testing still. What was I just talking about a minute ago? I was talking about... Oh, Bruce asked, isn't the thermosphere really hot, like 4,500 degrees? You got to be careful about that because there's a difference between temperature and heat transfer. So you can have a really high temperature, but because the molecules are spread out so far that the heat transfer from those molecules to anything passing through it or even anything just in it would be really, really low. The best way I try to describe it came from the Parker Solar Probe launch, which is the satellite that's orbiting the sun and taking measurements of the sun very closely. But best way to describe heat versus temperature is if you heat your oven up to 500 degrees Fahrenheit and you stick your hand in the oven, but you don't touch anything. You just put your hand in the air of the oven. Your hand would probably be okay for a bit. Wouldn't burn itself. It'd be hot. Probably can't leave it in there forever. But you could put your hand in the oven and it'd be okay. And you could take it out. If you put your hand in the oven and you grab a hold of the oven rack that's at 500 degrees, you're going to burn your hand instantaneously. That's because the density of the molecules on the oven rack are much more dense than the air is. So the heat in the air doesn't transfer to your hand as quickly as if you grabbed a hold of the oven rack, which is also 500 degrees, but the density of those molecules is much more, it would burn your hand instantaneously. So that's the difference when you're thinking about the thermosphere being really, really hot, or even, when the Parker Solar Probe goes near the sun or any of that kind of stuff, like, yes, the temperature may be hot, but the heat transfer from the molecules to an object is very slow because it's low density.
The Dragon will do a couple of undocking burns as well.
How would the molecules be so far apart if the vehicle's going 1,700 miles per hour? Like if you were to wave your hand in the oven, it will get hot, right? Well, yeah, there's a balancing point there. So obviously, that's exactly what's happening during re-entry. Like eventually you're hitting so much atmosphere that you're artificially increasing the density because all the air builds up in front of it, and now you're heating up. Now that heat transfer is happening much quicker because all those particles are building up in front of the heat shield. But where like the ISS is and the Crew Dragon is, you're practically in vacuum there, so there's almost no particles around at this altitude.
Should last about 6 minutes or so. to 10 minutes. Definitely the largest thrusts of at least the return portion of the mission. And for the phasing burn, that's really to line us up with our potential landing site over Pensacola in the Gulf of Mexico. And the deorbit burn will reduce our perigee, or the lowest point of Dragon's orbit, so that we end up getting caught by the Earth's atmosphere. Dragon will actually then get a chance to use its heat shield and slow down against the Earth's atmosphere. And then once we get to the right sort of pressure characteristics and altitude characteristics as sensed by the vehicle, then we'll have the drogue chutes deploy, slow us down even further before finally seeing those 4 main chutes deploy. That'll bring Dragon down to a nice, gentle landing in the ocean.
And I learned something really interesting about parachutes. So whenever you see those drogue chutes deploy, they don't automatically inflate right away. That's because they're doing something called reefing, and that keeps the air from flowing into the parachute too quickly and shocking the parachute system on Crew Dragon. So they expand very slowly and begin to slow the vehicle down rather than all at once and giving a jolt to the spacecraft.
Yeah, and actually,
so a couple of things I'm seeing in the comments here that I was going to bring up. Somebody asked, well, we should go back while we're waiting on undocking here. We'll take a look at the flight path here because they are using they're using their Pensacola site. So somebody asked if the hurricane's going to affect the landing. It pretty much already has. They're not landing in the Atlantic. They're targeting Pensacola, which is in the Gulf of Mexico, far enough away from the hurricane where they can do it safely. Dennis said on Facebook in a news report I saw, it says the spacecraft will have to face a temperature of 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That's misleading. It's the heat shield that will, not the spacecraft. I think we're kind of just talking semantics here, Dennis. I mean, the heat shield is part of the spacecraft, is it not? So, I mean, yeah, you're correct. The 3,500 degrees, it is an important point, though, because that goes to what somebody else said. The 3,500 degrees is at the heat shield. Like, the sides of the spacecraft don't have to survive those super hot temperatures, which is why they don't have heat shielding on the sides. Just the bottom and the immediate. It's also why the heat shields kind of wrap around the edges a little bit. And they are, there is some heating on those edges as well as it comes off. But once it streams off the edges, remember the capsule is tapered. You can see this here that looks like, somebody said it looks like a Pac-Man ghost. It is tapered, so it comes to a point here. So that's the heating can kind of just stream past without heating the sides of the craft itself.
So some more facts about our astronauts today.
Let's see.
Have had 2 previous flights on the Space Shuttle.
That's hotter than my oven. Yes, it is. It's going to be hotter than your oven. That's for sure. What time are they going to undock? So we're about 36 minutes away from undocking here. 36 minutes away from undocking. We're coming up on it soon. And then we'll have some departure burns after that.
Last shuttle mission, and then Bob Behnken will have logged a total of 92 days in space over his 3 flights. So very close there. But adding up some time aboard the International Space Station.
And Bob Behnken actually getting some pretty cool opportunities to conduct a number of spacewalks with Chris Cassidy, going outside the space station, conducting some work to replace power units and batteries on the space station?
Yes, they actually replaced some older nickel hydrogen batteries with some newer lithium ion batteries, and these upgrades have been going on for a few years now. And the astronauts were very efficient. They conducted 4 spacewalks, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. And in the meantime, Doug Hurley was inside, and he was controlling the Canadarm2. That's the robotic arm on the International Space Station. And so all 3 with a very important role in those spacewalks. And it became quite a milestone for Behnken and Cassidy. They both now have conducted 10 spacewalks in their career, and that ties them with the most spacewalks by an American astronaut. They're now tied with 10 with Mike Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a good vestibule leak check.
I can copy. Good news. Thank you.
You might hear my broadcast here. I'm going to try to mute it in a second here. There we go. I just had to...
There's confirmation from the core of successful leak check on the vestibule. That means 1 more milestone down and getting ready for undock.
Yeah, and that wraps up the completion of those leak checks, as you mentioned, in that small space between Crew Dragon and the space station, the vestibule. It was brought down from a pressure of, it looked like 14.1 pounds per square inch, and then to 5. So they had that hold period and then conducted leak checks. But that 14.1 was the same as the rest of the station. Now they are offset quite a bit, and so they're going to bring that all the way down to vacuum, since that's what they will be exposed to, the hatches, I mean, once Crew Dragon Endeavour begins its journey home.
Yeah, and actually, if we didn't bring that space down to vacuum, then it would almost act like a thruster. There'd be a little bit of pressure left up in there, and so as the seals came, or as the seals were sort of opened up and we removed those hard capture hooks, we'd see a little propulsive thrust. And of course, being this close to station, we want every maneuver to be very carefully choreographed. So trying to make sure there's as little energy imparted by that little bit of pressure in the mating adapter.
A couple of people asked, will they be piloting it manually? The answer to that is no. This is a fully autonomous docking and undocking. They have the capability to pilot it manually if they need to in an emergency situation, but in normal circumstances, they will not be actively piloting it. They are just monitoring the systems, making sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, and it will undock and move away from the station all on its own. The entire thing is pretty much autonomous. They don't manually fly really at all, unless there's some emergency. They did test manual flying during the transit to the International Space Station, so they did test that capability to make sure that it was up and running, but under normal circumstances, they won't pilot it.
Some of the views you might see from the outside of the International Space Station looking at the Dragon vehicle, some of those cameras being controlled from Mission Control in Japan. Working from here in Mission Control Houston with the Japanese Mission Control Room to make sure we're going to get good views with those cameras. We're going to get a little pan as the Dragon makes its way away from the International Space Station, and that first departure burn 0, brings it a little bit faster away from the station. We'll get a nice view from the Japanese side of the International Space Station. Right now, the International Space Station configured for undocking. We do have those solar arrays feathered. That's in a locked position.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Endeavour's undock sequence start time is planned for 23:30 GMT. That is 28 minutes from now.
28 minutes from now. Where are we? So it's actually a couple minutes early on our timeline here.
You heard that from Capcom here in Mission Control Houston. That is Leslie Ringo here in Mission Control Houston. That start time is 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 6:30 p.m. Central. That is the on-time start time for the undocking sequence. Once that kicks off, that'll be the initiation of the umbilical retraction, followed by 12 hooks that are keeping Dragon in place attached to the International Space Station. Those will drive and be released 6 at a time. They're in 2 gangs. And then, of course, there's 2 undocking burns, more like pulses, just short little burps, that are going to physically separate Dragon from the International Space Station vehicle. You can hear right now everything going according to plan. We're right on the timeline. That physical separation, as long as we're on the timeline, should happen at 4:34 and 58 seconds p.m. Pacific time. Everything going well. We'll continue to monitor the depressurization of the vestibule from here in Mission Control Houston. Until then, we'll send it back over to you in Hawthorne.
So yeah, at this point, still depressurizing the vestibule. That is the space between the capsule and the International Space Station there. They need to depressurize it so that when they undock, it doesn't throw them off the International Space Station. They need to get it down to basically a vacuum so it matches the outside vacuum, so that when they unhook and undock and separate from the International Space Station, that the ambient air, or lack thereof, is, the same. So that's what they're doing right now, is still depressurizing. It takes a long time. It is a long process, and that's what I said a little while ago about it was kind of a big step to start the depressurization process, because look at that view. Holy smokes.
Off the ocean. And
look at that.
Also one that we have from Comet Neowise in July. If you had the opportunity to see that from the ground, we saw our astronauts had a great shot
That's an amazing
from
view
the
right there.
International Space Station.
Yeah, they had some really cool opportunities. We're sharing a lot of those photos on Twitter. And of course, earlier this morning, as they've been preparing for undocking, they had some work to do as well in packing cargo into the Dragon spacecraft. So underneath their seats, they've got room for powered and unpowered cargo. Right now, they're bringing home about 150 kilograms or about 330 pounds of cargo. Most of that is science and sampling hardware. About 94 kilograms, or about 200 pounds of it, is science that's happening aboard the space station. And Dragon does have the ability to return a lot of that cargo, so it can come back to labs here on Earth who can continue to do human science studies on those biological samples and cold sample studies on those cold samples that they're returning. And it's really something that we've been doing even since our previous version of Cargo Dragon, just continuing that capability with Crew Dragon.
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to mention. When the astronauts know that they're...
A couple questions I see. Will the astronauts sleep sitting up? Don't forget, we're in space, so there really is no sitting up. I mean, they're in their seats and they're strapped to their seats, but they're still floating. Like, you gotta uncouple your mind from the fact that they're sitting up. Like, the only reason why they're sitting up is because this is the direction that the camera is oriented. I mean, oh, look at this picture. There's another one. Just Comet Neowise.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, especially to see the glow of the Earth's atmosphere, kind of creating that blue sheen as the light refracts off of it. Really cool.
And this was probably taken from the cupola window, and that's, as Gary mentioned, that...
Imagine, like, being kind of a photographer myself, like, I imagine that's kind of a difficult shot to get on the space station, because I took a bunch of photos of the Neowise comet. Hopefully you got out to see it, but they all had to be really long exposure so that you could actually see it, because it was very faint. You could see it with the naked eye, but it was very faint. I don't know if it would be better for them to see on the International Space Station if they're not looking through the atmosphere. I mean, I imagine it'd still be pretty faint, but you could tell in the bottom of that image there was a lot of noise in that image, so they probably had to bump the ISO or ISO, whichever camp you're in. They had to bump that up really high to get that shot, because how do you do a long exposure photo on an orbiting laboratory that's doing 17,000 miles per hour? I feel like that would be very, very difficult to do. But just something to think about. I mean, the Comet Neowise really needed a long exposure shot. And that's not something they can probably do easily on the space station, moving so quickly. Where are they going? Yeah, so we got 27 minutes here. Sorry, I gotta readjust. I got this new balance chair that, like, it's like a balance stool. Not sure if I like it yet. I'm still not used to it. So where are they going? They're gonna land off the coast of Pensacola. So they're targeting the Pensacola landing site, which is this one right here, the dark purple pin. Pensacola landing site, that's what they're targeting right now. These are their backup ones, but remember, we've got the hurricane offshore right now, so they're trying to get as far away from the hurricane as they can. Here's Hurricane Isaias down in this area coming up the East Coast. Their primary recovery site was going to be over here, I believe Daytona, or up here at the Jacksonville or Daytona recovery sites here. Those are generally their ideal ones because they're closer to Cape Canaveral, especially the Daytona one. They could just land here and right to Cape Canaveral. Done and done. But over here's Demo 1, in case you want a reference point. This is where Demo 1 landed, way offshore for a little more safety factor, being the first time it was coming back. But now they feel good, so they're going a little closer to shore. But with the hurricane coming up the East Coast here, it's going to come right up this direction. You look at, so this is actually today. This is the current hurricane positioning. Why can I not? Oh, because we're on radar. We need to let's go to wind speed. And this is tomorrow at splashdown here. It's looking like this. And those Daytona's like here, 23 mile per hour winds. Jacksonville's up here, 14 mile per hour winds. Those both exceed the maximum allowed winds for Crew Dragon landing. 10 miles per hour is the max. Got to stay below 10 for Crew Dragon landing, particularly on this mission. They may up that for future missions, but on this one, they have a very tight wind margin for Crew Dragon to land here. So 20-mile-per-hour winds, no good. Worse than the winds, actually, is actually the waves, especially over here with a hurricane coming. You've got 17-foot winds 17-foot waves off the coast. Down here, up here in the recovery zone, not bad. 9-foot waves, still not great. I don't want to sit in a boat or in a capsule. The capsule's already going to rock and roll in the ocean. But yeah, up here, 6-foot, 9-foot waves because of the hurricane. Versus Pensacola out here, less than a foot. 1 foot, 0.9 feet, 1 foot, that's like 0.3 meters. So much better out by Pensacola. And also, disgusting note, both astronauts have said that they expect to vomit when they land. So that should be fun, but you definitely don't want to land in 17-foot waves. I mean, they're expecting to vomit in 1-foot waves, 0.3 meters. So there's your, oh, you guys can't see that. Let me move it over. So over here, here's your 1 foot, 0.3 meter waves. This is where they're going to land over here by Pensacola. Much better weather out there by Pensacola. Over here, the purple pin, dark purple pin. So that's where they're headed, and they're coming in a from the southeast. So here's the current track of the International Space Station right now. Actually, the current location is over here, just past over Canada. This particular tool that I'm using, I think looks really cool, but I can't fast forward it to show what it's going to look like in the future. So you just have to imagine in the future, this line is going to go down here closer to Florida. And it will, they'll come up here from the southeast, this direction, I believe is what the case is. All right, let's get back to our astronauts here.
Yes, those will be departure burns 0 and 1. Then that'll just increase the opening rate, the distance from the space station, and moving it out of the keep-out sphere, as we mentioned earlier, and eventually the approach ellipsoid. And then after it's out of the approach ellipsoid, it'll have departure burns 2 and 3.
When is splashdown?
Departure
Tomorrow.
burn 3, as you mentioned earlier, is like a co-elliptic burn.
Yep.
So it puts it on the same orbit all the way around, rather than necessarily having a widely varying apogee and perigee, or higher point of the orbit and lowest point of the orbit.
Yeah, so splashdown is officially tomorrow, 14:42 Eastern Time. That's 2:42 p.m. Eastern Time, or 18:42 UTC. I will be live starting at around 1 p.m. I don't know what this view is. That's an interesting view. Is that the international docking adapter there? So at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, or 1700 UTC, I will be live again tomorrow to actually watch the splashdown.
Station and Dragon crew on the big loop. I want to let you know that at this time we are removing ISS power to Endeavour.
Here we go, switching off the ISS power.
Okay.
Oop, wrong one. This one.
So a call there from the Capcom.
A couple people have asked, why does it take 19 hours just to deorbit? It doesn't have to take 19 hours to deorbit. They could deorbit faster, but there's a couple factors at play for deorbit. One, you have to make sure that you're phased correctly to reach your landing site. And the International Space Station may not be in perfect alignment with the landing site, so they need to give themselves enough time to do phasing burns to get lined up with their landing site. And those phasing burns have to happen at certain points along the orbit. Like, you can't just burn wherever you want, and whichever, you got to get to a certain point in your orbit to do the phasing burn so that your orbit changes correctly. Because doing orbital maneuvers, if you've never played Kerbal Space Program, if you like space, you need to try it out just to see how orbital mechanics work. Maybe we might do some Kerbal Space Program maybe after departure. I don't know, we'll see. But when you perform an orbital maneuver and you burn your engines a certain direction, your vehicle does not go that direction instantaneously. It's not like driving a car where you turn left and okay, we're going left now. That's not how orbital mechanics work. If you burn to the left, you're not going to go left until it's going to affect your future orbit, like where you're headed. So it's really hard to do without a visual. It's hard to explain without a visual, but generally the burns that you do in the spot that you're at will change your orbital trajectory in a different portion of your orbit. Does that make any sense? Am I saying anything that's coherent? I feel like I'm not, but that's the difference in orbital mechanics. So anyways, the point of the matter is they have to perform some phasing burns to get lined up with their landing site. They also, because this is a demonstration mission, they're likely going to, they said they weren't going to do any major tests, but I imagine they're going to just see how they're just taking it cautiously to see how the Dragon performs. Remember, undocking and splashdown for Demo 1 was only a couple of hours. So that was, they can go faster if the space station is lined up with the landing site. They could potentially go fast. They could land and deorbit faster. But some of it is based on the day that they picked to come home. Like maybe it's not a perfect day, but it's close enough. They just have to deorbit and then maneuver around and they can get lined up with the landing site. You know, they could either come home then and it would be great, or they'd have to wait, 3 weeks to get a perfect spot. Sometimes it's just, well, we'll do it on this day and we'll have to do a couple extra phasing burns to get lined up correctly, but we don't have to wait 3 weeks for the perfect one. Anyways, I droned on about that enough. What is a splashdown location is off of Pensacola, Florida, in the Gulf of Mexico.
Of course, if you've tuned in for some of our other webcasts, you've seen mission control as well. We use that same control room for Falcon missions. That's where the Falcon operators stand in. But today, the third row is where most of the primary operators are, and then we have a number of specialists sitting in other roles, folks who have really devoted the larger part of their careers and a lot of their expertise to understanding the nuances of the life support system or the propellant system, and even, of course, the health and safety of the crew. We have a flight surgeon, actually a NASA flight surgeon, who is in that front row. And he's there as well to make sure that Bob and Doug, if they have any sort of complaints from a physiological perspective, that he can weigh in and help them stay healthy. So really a big team to help make sure that Bob and Doug get home safely, both from the vehicle performing well as their own individual health.
Yeah, and speaking of the vehicle, that vestibule pressure looking now at less than 0.3 psi, so getting down there as close as it can to a vacuum.
Almost a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that the astronauts have a flight doctor. They have somebody who's...
So we're getting pretty close to having a vacuum in the vestibule there, and they will be undocking. They're scheduled to undock in about 16 minutes, but they did say they were going to go early, so it may... I think they said they were going to go... I want to say it's like 6 minutes early. So we might go 6 minutes early, according to my clock that's there. Almost time to deorbitate. Sebby's working on a deorbitate shirt. If anybody's creative and you have an idea for a deorbitate shirt, I feel like we got to get one of those after my deorbitate disaster the other day. In case you weren't here, I used the term deorbitate instead of deorbit. That was one of my finer points. It was fun. It's hard to talk live. Make sure your words are actually words. You're not just making up sounds. Is this filmed in Cali or Florida? No, we got it. Somebody thinks it's fake. Thinks it's filmed in a studio. This is happening. We're in space, man. He doesn't believe it. There's no point. Splashdown for you. Oh, okay, somebody, you guys talking to each other. There was another question I saw. Where was it? Oh, somebody asked. Where's the question? Somebody asked about the number of astronauts. How much cost is saved by SpaceX compared to traditional vehicles? That's a good question. The SpaceX vehicle cost them about $60 million per seat to launch astronauts to the International Space Station. The Soyuz, which is what our current ride is $90 million per seat, and that $90 million is going to the Russian Space Agency instead of... Oh, here, I'm going to move over so you can see what they're showing here. That $90 million helps the Russian Roscosmos space agency develop their space program. So this is now $60 million per seat, so it's saving $30 million per seat, and it's helping with the American space program.
After the final departure remover, that includes trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, deorbit burn, and deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and finally, splashdown off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside Crew Dragon from the water.
So at this point, a little bit ahead of schedule.
All right, so there I wanted to make sure everybody could see that animation there. So somebody asked, they asked about the number of astronauts. There's only 2 here just because it's a test mission. All the future ones for NASA will have 4 astronauts on board. The Crew Dragon capsule itself is actually capable of flying 7 astronauts, potentially. And they have the potential to put a configuration of 7 astronauts. They won't do that for NASA. NASA's only going to fly 4 astronauts, but potentially a private mission could fly 7 astronauts, or maybe they'll do it in the future and fly 7, but it has enough room for 7. But NASA's going to fly 4 and then use the bottom section there for storage. So underneath the seats, underneath where Bob and Doug sit, is a whole bunch of storage space where they can put supplies that they're taking to the International Space Station, parts, components, all that kind of stuff is all underneath, and they're going to use that for storage space for all the NASA missions instead of putting in extra seats. Will they be pointing retrograde during atmospheric reentry? Yes, so the capsule flips around and it'll go in heat shield first, so they'll be pointed retrograde. They're actually going to jettison the trunk, service module section. Will jettison and separate. It's really loud. The trunk will jettison before they do their deorbit burn. Their deorbit burn will actually be forward facing, I believe. I believe they're doing the deorbit burn using the thrusters in the nose section of the vehicle, and they're going to deorbit burn in a prograde orientation. And then after the deorbit burn is done, they will flip around to retrograde to enter heat shield first. What is the cargo payload that Dragon can carry to space? So the Crew Dragon would carry, it could carry anything really. It can carry food supplies, medical.
Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
Well, here we go. Visors down, ready for departure.
We copy all.
Sounds like we're really going to go early.
And we just heard the confirmation. Dragon is a go to undock. So now we are waiting for the undocking sequence to actually begin, and they are targeting that for 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. So it looks like 8 minutes from now. And once that begins, it'll take less than 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station, which has called home for 2 months now.
Now, the first step in the undocking sequence, which is, again, automatic, is for the umbilicals that are providing power, telemetry, and commanding capability between the space station Dragon for those to retract. Once those retract, we'll actually have Dragon perform an unlatch from the space station, releasing 12 hard capture hooks that are around the vestibule. Those hard capture hooks are what are providing that airtight seal around the vestibule, and they'll actually come in 2 separate phases. So we'll hear a call for 6 of those, and then we'll hear a call for all of those being detached. And then finally, after that entire process, which takes about 4.5 minutes, then Dragon will be ready to actually depart and push itself away and separate using its Draco thrusters.
Yeah, and so Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different from any of the other docked vehicles like the Soyuz, because that relies on springs to push them away from the docking port. In this case, Dragon will actually execute those 2 short thruster firings to undock. That uses a combination of those 12 Draco engines around the base of the capsule, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away. And so we're expecting the call for undocking sequence to begin in the next few minutes.
I like that term
And the
she
crew
used,
aboard, they
stiction.
will be able to
Is
see
that-
those transitions. So what will be happening here is the flight computers on the vehicle will issue themselves into a state when that command is issued. And actually on the crew displays, on every display, they've got a prominent location that shows what the current states are. They're also able to follow along and see what the state of the vehicle is. So those are the displays that they've got pulled up on their screen right now. That middle display actually has the cards that describe what they can expect to see, along with some inline telemetry that they're getting from the vehicle directly, as well as their current positioning relative to the International Space Station. And then they've also got some views on the side that are, each of them in their respective displays, that are showing a forward view of the spacecraft, as well as the status of those docking hooks.
Yeah, so I like that. I like the term stiction. The first departure burn there, departure burn 0, is going to release any stiction to the actual. Basically, it's going to unstuck it. It's going to unstick it from the space station.
Getting closer every second to that undocking command being sent. We're looking for that in about 5 minutes from now.
Virginia on Facebook wants to know when the next Dragon launch is. It's currently slated for late September. Will be the Crew 1 launch. That'll be the next one with 4 astronauts on board. First operational mission. Remember, this is a demonstration or a test flight, even though it feels very real. I mean, it is. The next one is a fully operational mission. We'll have a full duration mission, and we'll have 4 astronauts on board. Which is very interesting because I almost feel like it'd be a little bit crowded with 4 astronauts on board, like you'd be just on top of each other. But it'll be interesting to see. Late September is when that's scheduled for.
With the crew ingressing Dragon, donning their suits, getting in their seats, closing the hatch, and then Chris Cassidy closing the A-Pass hatch on the station side, along with that Node 2 forward hatch, bringing that space down to as close to a vacuum as possible. And that's
everybody talking about the stiction word. The de-stickification, I think, is the official terminology that they use. De-stickification.
For an on-time departure today.
I want is stiction. See this? You're gonna sticky and friction equals stiction.
You know, that vestibule is pretty near vacuum, but in the cabin, it's actually pretty close to what we would see at sea level, and still about 76 degrees in there. So pretty comfortable. Of course, Bob and Doug are only partially seeing that. Earlier, they closed down their visors, and so the suits that they're wearing protect them in the event of a depressurization event. They also protect them if there was a fire on board, as they're made of fire-resistant materials. And so as we're getting to this critical step of separating from the space station, if something were to go wrong here, those suits would provide that critical life support to them, pressurizing if the cabin pressure were to unexpectedly drop. It's actually part of the reason why we've spent so long in this vestibule depressurization. The operators, both on the space station side and the mission control Hawthorne side, scrutinizing the data for any indication of a leak through the forward hatch. Of course, that leak check performed earlier with no findings, showing that the vehicle is nominal and ready for undocking.
I like everybody's giving me definitions for stiction. I fully believe that it's a real word. I just have never heard. I'm not that familiar with it. But yeah, everybody's telling me it's static friction. Somebody gave me a definition. Looked like copy and pasted from Merriam-Webster. Static friction that needs to be overcome to enable relative motion of a stationary object in contact. There's your definition for stiction. What part of the world are they hovering? Well, we're not really hovering. We're in orbit. But right now, we're here. But remember, they're over Africa right now. But remember, we're traveling 17,500 miles per hour, and it orbits the entire Earth in 90 minutes. So, I mean, just because we're over Africa right now, we're going to be in a whole different place here in about 1 minute from now. Well, maybe not that different 1 minute from now, but 90 minutes from now, we'll be all the way around again.
Just a couple of minutes away from that on-time undocking. That'll be 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT, or the time that the astronauts use aboard the International Space Station.
Why do they go that fast? So, I mean, you have to get to space, you go up. To stay in space, you have to go sideways in order to get your orbit, because basically you are traveling faster than gravity is pulling you back down to Earth. So that as gravity pulls you back down, you're missing the planet. So you have to go. Here's. Can I see this? It's black. It's the same color as my shirt. My lens cap for my camera. I don't have my globe is behind the screen behind me. But you'd have to go. If you just go up, gravity's going to pull you back down. You'd go up and you'd come back down. But if you go up and then you go sideways, gravity will pull you down, but you'll miss it. So you're actually, when you're in orbit, you're actually in, and you're feeling 0G, you're actually in constant free fall. Like Earth is trying to pull you back, but you're going fast enough sideways that as it pulls you back down, you've outrun the planet below you. So you got the planet here, you're going this way, it's pulling you down, and you've outrun it. So now it's pulling you down this way, and you outrun it again. So to get to space, you go up. To stay in space, you have to go sideways very fast. It's actually easy to go up. Hard to go sideways. That's the hard part. Because that's where that's where the majority of your energy is to go sideways at 17,000.
SpaceX, undock sequence commanded.
Oh, here we go.
Pepper copy.
That undocking sequence right on time.
And that was 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 p.m. GMT. The umbilical now retracting. The International Space Station flying 263 statute miles over Namibia in Africa.
Dragon SpaceX, umbilical demate complete and nominal.
There's the umbilical
There's
is
confirmation of the umbilicals retracted. So no longer receiving power or data or commanding from the International Space Station. And there's a view on your screen of Dragon, currently in eclipse. Gary, how's it looking from Mission Control at Johnson?
very, very grainy looking.
We're looking good, Shiva. We are now inside the undocking sequence. Good umbilical retraction. Standing by for the driving of those hooks. There's 12 hooks that will be released in 2 gangs of 6. Standing by for the driving of the hooks.
I don't think we've actually started departure burn 0 yet.
Here we have good motion on the primary set of hooks.
Got nothing here, huh? All right. So these are the docking hooks that actually like grab on to the international docking adapter there. So they're waiting for the hooks to...
Again, first set of hooks driving the navigation light. The forward end of Dragon clearly visible from this view from one of the Japanese cameras.
So there's generally 2 sets of hooks in there. You've got kind of soft capture hooks, and then you've got hard capture hooks. Soft capture would happen when it first approaches and it touches. It makes a soft connection. It's not going to go anywhere, but you're not like fully attached yet. And then the hard capture hooks pull it in, and a couple people want me to remove this. It's tough to see. Not really much to see here. But the hard capture hooks actually pull you in for the actual hard dock.
Again, we are inside of the undocking sequence now. Good umbilical retraction, and we're driving the first set of hooks.
Dragon SpaceX, first set of hooks open and nominal.
It's good news.
Copy nominal hooks in the first set.
The first 6 hooks have completed their driving first set down. The second set is now driving. We're now committed to undock.
What do they mean by Japanese cameras? These are, well, cameras built by JAXA, Japanese Space Agency, that are on a Japanese module of the space station facing the international docking adapter. Why are the video angles so bad? Remember, it's I mean, this is a camera in space, and we're also in the middle of the night. Like, you're trying to look at an object that has virtually no light on it. Like, you're in darkness. There's no city lights, there's no street lights, there's nothing. You're in, like, pure black darkness. And we're trying to get a camera view. I mean,
Seeing good motion on that second set of hooks. Continuing to drive. These will be the final set of hooks. There's 6 of them holding Dragon into place now. Afterwards, we'll conduct 2 undocking burns to physically separate Dragon.
yeah, as Chuck says, the fact that we can see anything is amazing, right? So we're waiting for the second set of 6 hooks to detach from the International Docking Adapter. That's what's holding it to the spacecraft. So somebody asked what's happening. They said, I forget who it was. Somebody said, what's happening? I don't understand. Right now, at this point, they've closed the hatches. You can't just close the hatch and then just peace out. Be like, see ya! Like, it's a very delicate process. You close the hatches. Then you have to depressurize in between the hatches. Otherwise, as soon as you depressurize, all the air that's inside there, as soon as you...
Dragon
there you
SpaceX,
go.
all hooks open and nominal.
So there's separation. That's burn 0. You can see the thruster firing. There's the bell.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
So that's the bell from the International Space Station announcing the Dragon departure.
Okay, separation.
Great burns. Physical separation, 4:35 p.m. Pacific.
So there we go.
Thrusters looking good.
Look at those
Counting
thrusters.
down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Those thruster fires, that looks fantastic, huh? You can see the green and red lights, that's for orientation. You can get situational awareness from like Chris Cassidy at the cupola watching out. He would be able to relay like which side of the spacecraft might be having a problem or something like that. Same thing with mission control watching by camera. So those are orientation lights. Then you've got your docking light, which is that blinking light.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Departure
complete. Our visors up.
Oh, that's it. Visors up already. So that's all they needed the visors for, was that actual disconnection there, the separation.
Depart burn 0 complete. That 12-second firing, moving Dragon slightly faster away from the International Space Station using those service section Dracos. And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa. 2 good undocking burns and a nominal departure burn 0. Next departure burn coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll be monitoring Crew Dragon throughout the departure sequence, but with Dragon flying free, that'll do it from us here in Mission Control Houston. Godspeed, Bob and Doug. To take you through the rest of the departure sequence, we'll send you back over to Hawthorne.
So yeah, now Mission Control Houston basically has... They don't have anything to do with this anymore. They are done, and we're going to go to... yeah, there they are, leaving the International Space Station right now. They've officially concluded their stay at the International Space Station. They're on their way home here now. This is they are flying free back, very, very isolated again.
Sensors providing an infrared view of the International Space Station as Bob and Doug drift away from it. And of course, as they are drifting away,
what? Uh-oh, something flying.
Going into that
Something's not attached down. What is that floating around? Oh, looks like a little towel. A towel came free. He's tucking it under his leg right now. looks like they didn't strap it all down. Hope everything else is strapped down.
10 kilometers below space station and slowly reducing their perigee.
Next up in just a couple of minutes, scheduled for 4:40 p.m. Pacific time and 11:40 p.m.
Somebody said Framrick says it's a hot towel. They have hot towel service on Crew Dragon now. That's news to me. I didn't know they had hot towel service.
Yeah, that view, what we just previously had, and you can actually see it on the right-hand screen of Bob's display, is a relative navigation sensor that's providing an infrared view from the forward hatch of Dragon, looking back towards the forward module of the International Space Station. So that's where Dragon has been for the last 63 days. Coming up in less than a minute is departure burn number 1. This burn coming just about 5 minutes after separation. And this is going to increase that opening rate between the space station and Dragon.
And separation occurred on time today, as with everything else occurring on schedule, sending Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back toward Earth, back toward home.
So very, very exciting moment. We should expect to hear a call out here for departure burn number 1. Departure burn number 1 is pretty short. It only lasts about 21 seconds, but it's the burn that's going to get us on our way up, out, and away through the keep out sphere and through the approach ellipsoid. Again, the keep out sphere, about 200-meter sphere around the International Space Station, and the approach ellipsoid, 4 by 4 by 2 kilometer ellipse. If you imagine 2 Central Parks in New York City next to each other, that's about how big that is. Just guidance references for visiting vehicles.
And we're seconds away now from departure burn 1. These are autonomous burns. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are not pushing any buttons to make this happen. These are programmed into Dragon, and we will be looking for that in just a few seconds from now.
Yep, fully autonomous.
That's a view from the space station. Those 2 lights, the green light is the view that on the right-hand side of the Dragon vehicle. That would be the side that Bob Behnken was sitting on, and the red light, the side that Doug Hurley was sitting on. It's actually made pretty quick work getting away from the station. Gonna look up some data, see if I can get the actual distance to station right now.
Can't see anything here.
And departure burn 1 has begun, that 20-second burn. This will also take it outside of the keep out sphere and outside of the approach ellipsoid, and after complete.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 1 complete. Nominal burn, you are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. Reminder that the ground will be deactivating the big loop following exit from the approach ellipsoid, which is approximately 12 to 14 minutes from now.
Okay.
Wow, that's pretty quick. They can doff their suits.
Endeavor on the big loop.
Go ahead, Endeavor.
Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend.
Endeavor,
Thank
stay
you, Chris. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavor Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavor's a great ship. Godspeed.
Never copies all. Thanks, Chris.
There we have it.
And we just heard some kind words exchanged between Crew Dragon Endeavor with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley now on their way home.
ISS and Dragon on the big loop. Endeavor has exited the keep out sphere. See you guys when you're back home.
There they go. A couple of people confused about my screen here. This is an overlay here. This is not actually part of what's happening. This is just part of my overlay.
It's
actually a picture that I took right here.
That's station commander.
Not personally. I took it on one of our weather balloon flights there. So that's one of our weather balloon pictures down there. But that stays. It's not real. That's why a lot of people were confused during docking why the clouds weren't moving. It's a picture. It's part of the overlay, like just my stream design. So where's Backpack Guy? No, that was the ULA launch the other day. Backpack Guy. What's the ETA for splashdown? Scheduled for 14:42 Eastern Time. That's 2:42 p.m. Eastern Time or 18:42 UTC tomorrow. So we'll be live again. We're gonna stick around for a little while here still. Listen to the departure burns. But we will be live again, just in case you're ready to leave already. We'll be live again tomorrow at 1 p.m., which is 1700 UTC. Right back here on the channel, so make sure you subscribe to especially the YouTube side of things, where you can get notifications. Turn on the notification bell. You know how to do the social media thing. But we'll be live in all these platforms again tomorrow to watch the splashdown. Splashdown will be very, very stressful. I will be stressed about that because I'm very, for some reason, I'm just very nervous about the at this point, everything seems okay. Like, they're just flying in the Dragon. There's not a whole lot of danger. I know there's some danger, obviously, but it just doesn't feel like that to me. As soon as we start re-entry, that's where things are going to get real, I think. Like, that's when I'm going to really get nervous. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed along so that tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC, you can come back here. We're going to watch Splashdown together, and we can all freak out and be panicked and stressed together, and you can watch me freak out. If that...
Loud and clear, Anna.
Can we get a shout out for SpaceX at Hawthorne? As we heard, they are now testing out the cabin mic, so they may be beginning to doff their suits, take off their suits, which is allowed now that the first two departure burns have been completed. And the next is scheduled for 5:27 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be depart burn 2, and that'll be 12:27 a.m. GMT. So it's really the middle of the night for the space station crew right now, and they'll be getting ready to go to sleep pretty soon. But our astronauts are awake for several more hours before they get their sleep period later.
Of course, they all got a chance to take a quick sleep shifting nap to be alert and awake for these operations. And as you mentioned, the crew are in the middle of doffing or getting out of their suits. That was a pretty dynamic period of time around the station, a time where there could have been a potential depressurization, or if there were any problems with the thruster, we would want the crew suited. Of course, with that big burn out of the way and Dragon now on a confirmed trajectory away from the space station on its way out close to exiting the approach ellipsoid, Bob and Doug can get out of those spacesuits and get into something a little bit more comfortable. And that test step of verifying the cabin mic, the spacesuits actually have 2 microphones in them just towards the near the jaw, actually in the base of the helmet. And so with Bob and Doug removing those spacesuits, they're testing their cabin mic just to make sure that they still have good communications with the crew operations responsible engineer here in Hawthorne. So we should expect a few more calls.
Yes. So we're going to listen in. I'll keep an eye out, listening for some of those call-outs, so we can pull the radios up.
The big loop is a comm network.
Actually, they're talking about
and Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station crew, visiting vehicles, and of course, like our Mission Control team here in Hawthorne, all together on one comm loop, so we can all communicate with one another if anything needs immediate attention. As we step out of integrated operations or joint operations with the International Space Station, we'll transition into Mission Control here in Hawthorne, having mission authority, and transition all of those calls to the Dragon to ground loop.
Yeah, so
somebody, actually, I was about to answer this question because I saw it come up in chat, and then they literally just answered it at the time. So somebody asked, what's with the big loop and the Dragon to ground loop? Essentially, the big loop is radio communications that also includes NASA with the International Space Station and Mission Control Houston. Once they separate from the International Space Station, NASA's not really involved anymore. Like, I mean, yeah, they're still involved, like monitoring the astronauts, but now it's SpaceX in Hawthorne, California that's running the mission. Like, these are two different entities that are operating. NASA operates the space station and the space station crew, you know, especially the American side of things. NASA's operating the crew and what they do on board and their sleep schedules and all that kind of stuff. Once they get in the SpaceX capsule and they depart, SpaceX is running that operation. That's the Dragon to Ground loop. So Dragon to Ground is SpaceX, and the big loop is SpaceX and NASA and the International Space Station. So those are just two different radio systems so people can hear each other. But at this point, like, they don't need NASA anymore. They don't need the space station. They're not, unless they had to come back for some reason, but they are now they're in SpaceX's hands. So let's review the map here real quick, because I've seen a couple questions from maybe people that just recently joined in. Where is my map? Okay, so a couple people asked, where is the International Space Station right now? So to give you an idea on where they are right now, they are approaching Australia. Here's the International Space Station. They're heading up here to the northeast. So they're heading towards Australia right now, and Crew Dragon is there with them. I mean, they're only a short distance away. So they're both right there over is this the Indian Ocean now, or yeah, heading towards Australia. Is that and this orbital path here will adjust and be, by tomorrow, I can't fast forward it in this map here, but by tomorrow it'll be a little closer to Florida. This is a couple people asking what this globe is. This is the Stuff in Space globe. It'll show you all the orbital debris and satellites and all that kind of stuff. So that's where they are now. Tomorrow, for splashdown, they're headed to Pensacola. That's the prime landing site right here, this dark purple dot. That's where they're intending to land, right here. It is a good distance away. Can I do a measure? No, I can't do a measure here. But it is a good distance away from land, but not too crazy far out. If you compare that to over here, this was the Demo 1 landing, pretty far away from shore. The ideal landing sites were actually here off of Daytona, and this one here called the Jacksonville landing site. Those were the ideal ones because they're closer to Cape Canaveral, where they have to get the Crew Dragon capsule back to anyways. So, but obviously hard to do right now, because if you haven't heard, we got a bit of a weather situation out there. Just a tiny bit of weather. Little tiny storm. Just a little disturbance in the force heading for the east coast of Florida, otherwise known as Hurricane Isaias. And that's going to be pretty much in the prime recovery zone. So they're using one of their alternate recovery zones, which is off the Pensacola. So right here, this is where Hurricane Isaias is going to be tomorrow at splashdown time, which is way too close to Daytona. 20 mile per hour winds up here in Jacksonville, 12, 13, 14 mile per hour winds. That violates landing conditions. Has to be below 10 mile per hour winds for Crew Dragon landing. So they're going to go over here to Pensacola, where it's 3, 4, 2 mile per hour winds out there. Somebody will have to convert that to metric for me. But that's the plan, is to head over to Pensacola so they can get far enough away from the hurricane. You can see even the Tampa site here is still 15 mile per hour winds. The Tallahassee site is right on the edge there, 10 mile per hour winds. Even the, gosh, I keep forgetting the name of this city here. Whatever this city, what's this other recovery city? Panama City. I don't know why I keep forgetting that, but that's it, predicted to be 8 mile per hour winds, so it's like right on the edge. They could go out here to Pensacola where it's 3 mile per hour winds, be better. But even worse than the winds are the waves here. You can see down here in Hurricane Central here, you got 17-foot waves. Even up here, Daytona, 10-foot waves. Up here by Jacksonville, 6-foot waves. Tampa, not terrible for waves, 3-foot waves. The Tallahassee site's only 1.5 feet. You know, one foot off of Panama City, but even off of Pensacola, their targeted landing site, 0.7 feet or less than a third of a meter. So that's what they're targeting here right now. Thank you. Everybody's doing the conversions for me. 4 miles per hour is 6 kilometers per hour. Thank you for the metric conversions. You can blame our U.S. system here that for some reason we're the only place in the, like one of the only places in the world that use imperial, but very hard to learn a different system after that's all you've been doing for your whole life. I am working on it though. I'm trying to get better at metric. Let's see. They have boats cruising, trying to position themselves. They already have. There is a recovery ship that's out in the Pensacola area. This was already part of the plan, so they have a ship staged there, ready to go. So it's not really a big deal that they moved from the Atlantic to the West Coast. I mean, they already knew. I mean, they knew days ago that they were likely going to go to the West Coast. It was really just a matter of like, are they going to go to Tampa or are they going to go to Pensacola or one of the ones in between? So they already have a recovery ship out there in that area. And then actually today they were repositioning the NASA 5 Gulfstream airplane, which is the airplane that's going to... Sorry, my seat is getting uncomfortable after sitting in it for almost 3 hours. The NASA 5 Gulfstream is going to be the plane that takes the astronauts from Pensacola or wherever they bring the astronauts back to. I'm not sure whether they're going to go back to Pensacola or whether they're going to go to Tampa, but they will fly from one of those locations, wherever the boat brings them back to, they will fly back to Houston using the NASA 5 Gulfstream. European here, I've learned Imperial from films and TV shows. Well, that's interesting. I don't know. I've not heard of many Europeans intentionally learning the Imperial measurement system, because it makes no sense, to be perfectly honest. Like, once I started learning the metric system, I was like, why do we not use this? It makes so much sense. But it's very difficult to change your mindset and your brain. Let's see. All right, let's go back to... Oh, we already are back. Let's turn it up, see what they're talking about here.
Houston will be taking down the big loop shortly, and expect ISS audio traffic to cease.
Dragon copies on the big loop.
So with that exit of the approach ellipsoid, or the AE, that other imaginary three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the keep out sphere, as we mentioned, that means that they are now 24 hours safe in a free drift trajectory. So if the spacecraft were to lose maneuvering capabilities, it wouldn't cross into the approach ellipsoid. We heard that call from the core here on the ground in Mission Control Hawthorne up to the crew aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour.
The crew acknowledging that call. They typically do some comm checks on Dragon to ground when they transition out of the big loop. Of course, we heard those earlier while they were doing their suit doffing. Suit doffing, again, being where they remove their spacesuits, get out of them, and then they'll transition into something a little bit more comfortable, probably a polo and maybe just some pants. Really, they'll just be in a monitoring mode until the next major event, which is the depart burn number 2. That's scheduled for about 30 minutes from now. That depart burn 2 will really increase the rate away from space station and start reducing both the apogee and perigee of Dragon's current orbit. And following that, there'll be an additional depart burn as well as the phasing burn coming up later on in today's broadcast. The phasing burn being actually a much larger burn than these 2 departure burns on the order of 6 minutes.
And so
Tony on Facebook brings up an interesting point, which I don't think we've mentioned here tonight, which is the radio beeps that you hear, the beep, and then they start talking, and then when they're done, beep. So, how'd I do? Hold on, let me listen to what they have to say, then we'll talk about the beeps.
Conducting this burn, so depart burn 2 at the apogee, performing an orbital burn or imparting velocity to the spacecraft at the highest point of the orbit is actually the most efficient way to move the opposite end of the orbit. So in this case, because we want to bring our perigee, or lowest point of our orbit, down a little bit further, we're trying to conduct that burn at the apogee and get the most bang for your buck and most mileage out of that propellant.
After they'll have depart burn 3. That'll be a 41-second burn. So as we mentioned earlier, it's kind of like a co-elliptic burn, and it will keep Dragon always down below the International Space Station. Later tonight, we'll be looking for a phasing burn. That'll be the longest one we've seen so far at over 6 minutes. And it'll put Crew Dragon on the proper orbital path to line it up with the splashdown zone. And then eventually we will have our deorbit burn tomorrow. We'll see the nose cone close. We'll see the trunk jettison, and they will come on home looking for a splashdown tomorrow in the Gulf of Mexico, specifically at our Pensacola landing site.
Yeah, the departure burn, taking a look at the data, expected around 10:48 Pacific time plus 7. Let's see, that would be around 5 o'clock in the morning or so.
For GMT.
GMT. And again, that's the last major burn plan for tonight. That'll happen right before Bob and Doug end up getting some shut-eye for the night. They'll get about 8 hours of sleep, and then tomorrow morning get a wake up from the core to get them started on preparation steps for the final burn of the mission, which will be that deorbit burn. And then hopefully a successful re-entry.
I don't know if you heard, when they arrived on the International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy asked Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley how the ride was, and of course they said it was very smooth, and asked if they got any sleep, and they said yes, they did get some sleep. So I'm hoping they get the same opportunity tonight that will leave them very refreshed and ready for their splashdown tomorrow.
Did they say that the last burn, or that the next burn was going to be
Ellington Field, and that's part of the Johnson Space Center. It's where we do a lot of our astronauts.
that the next burn was going to be at 10, or the last departure burn was going to be at 10:48 p.m. I thought it was going to be like 10:48 Pacific. That would be really, really early in the morning. I didn't think we were going to be that late, but that's all right. I think actually. But I got a message from TJ a little while ago. He said he's going to jump on here shortly, so we'll talk with TJ here in a little bit. But yeah, so it sounds they were supposed to do that. The other the departure burn 2 is coming up in about half an hour, probably a little less than, well, yeah, about half an hour from now is departure burn 2, and that will further separate. There was another departure burn 3. That's the one that I was questioning. It sounded like he said, I don't really want to rewind it here yet, but it sounded like he said that was, I should look at what the timestamp is on that, so we can come back to that and figure out, can I go to the timestamp? No, we're not going to be able to go to the timestamp. Somebody's going to have to help me find that later so I can figure out when that final departure burn is, because if it's super late in the night, like, we're not going to stick around for that. I was going to stick around through all 3 departure burns, but if they moved it to like 10:48 p.m. Pacific, that would be like, that'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning. It'd be like 5 hours from now. We can't keep going for 5 hours. But we'll see. I'll go back and listen to that here in just a minute. But you notice how they were showing kind of the altitudes there they've got on their burns. So right now they are lowering their altitude, bringing the apogee down closer to Earth. That will happen. That will happen over the next 2 burns here, those departure burns, as they separate away from the space station. But afterwards, they're going to do phasing burns, which really aren't a big adjustment in altitude, but they are adjusting like the direction of their orbit. And then somebody asked when the trunk is going to jettison. That will be right before the deorbit burn. So they'll stick around. The trunk will stick around all the way to deorbit. And they'll jettison the trunk right before deorbit. They want to move the last burn to the apogee. Is that what they said, Gregorius? They're moving the last one to, or moving the last departure burn closer to apogee. Is that what it was? All right. I wanted to make sure I got my Skype ready for when TJ's ready for it. So we are. He even said 5+ in GMT. Yeah, that'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, I guess we're not going to stick around for departure burn 3, but we'll stick around for a little while longer. But we will be live tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC, for the. Maybe? I thought I heard talking. I heard the Quindar tone.
Now with that splashdown tomorrow, it's looking like about a 19.
So, that reminds me. We were talking about the Quindar tones, which is the beep that you keep hearing on the radio communications. Those were used in the Apollo days. It was to open up radio channels as they were trying to relay radio signals all around the world to try to stay in communication with the Apollo capsules, the Gemini.
For Endeavor.
Yes, just wanted to give you a heads up that your audio destination was on ISS, but I see you've swapped that over to ground now. We just wanted to make sure that if you were calling us, we would hear you.
Okay, Anna. Thank you. Appreciate the heads up.
That fuzzy little dot is a view from the International Space Station looking at Dragon.
So anyways, let's get to the Quindar tones before I lose my train of thought. So the Quindar tones there, the beep, is they used to use them to open radio channels for Apollo, Gemini, Mercury capsules way back in the day. Nowadays, they're not needed, but they found that they're actually kind of nice because they don't need to or they use them for, sorry, I'm trying to like adjust my Skype settings at the same time that I'm trying to describe this, because I was getting ready for TJ to jump on. So what am I saying? So they found that it was nice to keep the Quindar tones. Now they use them more of like a notification for Capcom or for the astronauts that somebody is about to start speaking. So that's what they use them for now. They used to be required to like open radio channels, which is how they started, but now they're just used as like a, hey, somebody's about to talk, beep, and then they can start talking. So it's like, hey, pay attention, and then they start talking. So that's the idea. Let's see. We also want, I'm trying to adjust my my Skype settings got all switched around from the last time I tried it. I wasn't expecting a guest today, but I'm happy that we have one. But I just want to make sure my Skype is ready to go. He says he's on Skype. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can bring TJ in. I don't have
from Michelle.
See if we can bring him in now. I think he's ready, but I don't have him on the line here yet. So we're gonna pull up. Let's see. Pull up my yeah, that's that. Oh, there he is. All right. So I got him on the line here. Let me get him. No, I gotta get him queued up here. So we'll let's see. Hold on, I gotta bring you in here, TJ. I can hear you, but the stream can't hear you yet. So 1 second. Let's see, where's my, oops. Nope, hold on. I got too many things going. I wasn't prepared for this. I can do this, give me a second. Guest. Skype. We want this one.
Are you using OBS?
Yes, I am, yes. Hold on, let me turn your mic on so at least the people can hear you. Sure. They can't see you yet. You're really quiet. Why are you so quiet?
I'm just using the stock iPhone mic, so it's probably has something to do with it.
Oh, I think I got you on the wrong channel too.
Take your time. No rush.
This is the problem with having a one-man producing show.
Trust me, I know. It is. It's no fun. I mean, it's fun, but it's
actually
it's a lot more work than people even get.
There we go. All right, now we've got. Yeah, I know it's very. There's a lot to manage, especially doing it as a single situation. All right, so now you got your audio. Now you sound great.
Hello.
Now I got to get your video here on. Oh, there's your video.
Yeah, it's actually kind of neat with Skype. I can like blur out the background. Not that I really have anything to hide. It's just a window, but I don't know. Adds some more production value.
Yeah, it looks really nice. Actually, I thought you were on a like super nice camera because it looks like you got a super shallow depth of field right now.
It is an iPhone 11, so it has a nice sensor, I guess. But oh my God, now I see my face twice.
Yeah, sorry. You're gonna see.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just won't look at the screen at all. It looks like you're having a really strong stream today. Everybody's really excited about the departure.
Yeah, I'm slightly I don't know, surprised or happy that there's so many people excited about the departure. Because sometimes you get some of these streams can be kind of low key. Everybody likes to see the launch, but it's nice to see people excited about the astronauts, the other activities instead of just the launch itself.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of the bookend to the whole thing. I mean, we're not quite at the finish line yet, but it's pretty symbolic. I mean, these are all still firsts for Dragon and firsts for a long time. First in a long time in terms of American crews leaving station on a American spacecraft. So it's all exciting. I'm happy to see that you're having a strong stream and folks are just genuinely interested in this just momentous day. You know, I mean, this has actually been, if you really look at the whole visit of Bob and Doug, it's been insanely productive. Multiple spacewalks, just a ton of science being done on station just in their short period of time. I really got to give a lot of kudos to NASA for really squeezing the juice out of their visit as much as they could. This wasn't just like a test flight. This was actually a productive visit to the station where they were able to really contribute to NASA's mission and also improve things on station and use their expertise to their best advantage. So it's been really cool just to see. You know, I mean, I think Bob got in 3 spacewalks on this visit. So I mean, I don't know. It's just been really cool to see.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I've been super excited about all that, and I do want to talk to you or ask you more about this, but I want to make sure before we get too far into it, because I know I didn't give you a proper introduction, and I see people in my chat saying, tell me who this is first. So I know who you are, and I'm sure there's a ton of...
I started just talking, so I'll be quiet for now.
No, that's all right, and I'm sure there's a ton of people that know who you are. I don't want to take any credit away from you, but so just to introduce you to everybody, this is TJ Cooney, who runs an amazing YouTube channel called I Need More Space. Did I get it? Is that right? Or is it just Need More Space? Right? I Need More Space?
I Need More Space, man.
Which is an awesome channel. Actually just had a couple of that recent video you just put out, your comparison video was pretty awesome. That's what was that, a couple weeks ago? That was your Spaceship One comparison?
Yeah, I did Spaceship One and New Shepard, and just even 2 days ago, I did a video about basically how Perseverance is going to impact SpaceX's colonization plans for Mars. So yeah, I'm trying to do like a video per month if I can. As you know, it takes a lot of time and resources, but trying to do quality over quantity right now, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense because your videos are top-notch quality for sure. I can say it takes a ton of work, and I mean, I love all the stuff that you put into it.
Oh, good. Well, I'm happy that you enjoy it. And I'm happy that other people seem to be enjoying it. I mean, I've been at this now for a few years, so it's nice to be kind of catching my stride, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I think so. I'm gonna put see, Sebi, if you know, can you put a link in the description for me, or not the description, but in the chat, if you think about it, or Gregorius, or my moderators, or Alex Ziggyful. I guess any of my moderators, a moderator, put a link in the chat if you can to TJ's channel.
It's too kind.
I'm trying to.
No, man, I'm just doing this because I like to talk to other like-minded space geeks and just kind of I don't know. It's exciting to talk about, especially this kind of stuff in depth to people who are genuinely passionate about it. That's what keeps me going. I mean, that's probably the biggest blessing this whole YouTube community has been, just to meet and talk to and just explore this amazing just space ecosystem together. And I'm always learning stuff every day. So I saw you were streaming, and honestly, I give you all the kudos. Your green screen, your key is top notch, by the way.
Thank you.
I chickened out. My latest couple of videos I've been shooting on like a black or a white screen, and I was like, do I shoot on green? I don't know. I'm afraid of kind of screwing that up, getting kind of glow on my skin or whatever.
It's so hard.
But I don't know. Now you're making me feel like it's to play. Now I feel like I need to go that route.
I don't know. I struggle with it every single time. I was messing with the green screen before I went live today, just trying to get the key looking correctly so I don't look green around the edges. It's tough.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is. But it looks great. So,
well, thanks.
From somebody who's coming in from the outside, it looks like you knew exactly what you were doing. So.
Yeah, well, I wish that was the case, but thank you very much. Tell everybody how you, because I don't even know the answer to this, but how did you start your channel? Like, what made you want to start and get into making space content on YouTube?
That's a good question. So I've actually been making YouTube videos for like a decade, working for other brands and companies, just making documentaries and TV shows and YouTube series and doing YouTube strategy and stuff. And I remember when the SpaceX Grasshopper went off, and I'm sitting at my desk and thinking like, wow, this is the future and I want to be a part of it somehow. And my passion has always been in visual storytelling in terms of video. And I was like, I want to find a way to marry that with my other passion, which is human spaceflight specifically. I went to space camp as a kid. I've always been just a huge space nerd. Everybody knew me as that. And I just felt that there were a lot of stories that weren't being told that deserved to be told. So I just kind of got it in. I think my YouTube channel will be 4 years old this fall. I've really only been dedicated to making videos the last 2 years or so. And if you'll see I think my videos have gotten better. It's way different being completely behind the camera to actually being on camera and directing yourself and editing yourself. It's like just a complete, just like mind freak. But yeah, it was just kind of me trying to marry my passion for human space flight and YouTube, and here we are just a few years later. So I'm thankful for that. But it looks like there's some kind of an update going on, so you can cut to that if you want.
Oh, I was just trying to let people know that it was still happening in the background. I wasn't trying to interrupt you there. Just make sure.
No, you're fine. You're running the show, man. You're directing here. I'm just trying to not screw up for you.
No, I was. Where were you for the actual launch of DM-2? I think you were running a live stream too during DM-2, weren't you?
Yeah, I was running a live stream with Felix from What About It and Marcus House, which was great. We also have who I've known for a few years. I think a 4-time shuttle astronaut, has like I don't even know, like several. You can measure his spacewalk time in days, so which is like an awesome just like stat to have. So we did that, but I'm unavailable. I'm clearly here streaming with you, but I'm out of town, so me being able to host a live stream, I think was just too much. But this is also one of the things I love about YouTube and this community is I'm just watching a stream a few hours ago and I'm just like, hey, what's up, man? Like not even expecting anything except to just say hi, and here we are a few hours later, and have the opportunity to come and join you and join the fun.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun, just covering the whole thing in general, because for some reason, like, I'm not involved at all in the mission itself. Obviously, I'm just a fan, just like most of us are. But like, I feel nervous. Like, I feel like I'm part of it. Like, I have responsibility for what's going on, and it just makes it just makes it really, really exciting. I'm actually nervous about splashdown too.
Part of our job, I think, as like these space communicators, is to help provide some of the enthusiasm and excitement that the folks at NASA don't necessarily have the luxury of doing. I know that the people who are on camera for NASA and for SpaceX are completely geeking out at all times and just like bursting at the seams. But because they represent these massive organizations, they can't necessarily behave the way we do, you know? And we also are able to talk about a lot of things that they may not be allowed to talk about. So that's kind of our job, I think, is to, you know, be between the lines, so to speak, of what we see on camera, what they're talking about, but also provide the insight of things that we're tracking and things that we know to be true. So there is, I'm not gonna say there's like responsibility, but that is what we can provide as color commentators, so to speak. You know, if you watch sports, if anybody on here watches sports, you know, you have your play-by-play guy and you have your color commentator. And I see the NASA and SpaceX folks as like the play-by-play people telling you the black and white facts of what's happening and why it's happening, where we are the color commentators who are providing some of the enthusiasm and just some of the extra character that they're not able to provide. And also just our own insight from what we're seeing from each other, from other space communicators and creators, and also just like from our research. So you're definitely have a lot to play here, and your viewership shows it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I like the color commentary analogy there, because yeah, it is kind of nice. I can be a little bit geeky and nerdy on air and just bounce off the walls, and I don't have to be super careful about what I'm saying. Obviously, we try to keep it PG around here, but I can still bounce off the walls and be a little more fun,
yeah,
I think.
the call, just even the excitement that we add, I mean, is something that they can't do. I mean, man, look at Dragon there. It looks so good. The departure seemed like it went smoothly. I saw that they've had a couple burns already. But I unfortunately haven't been able to track much. Can you do a quick recap for the audience in the event that people haven't been able to track it like myself?
Yeah, so at this point, we are at, we should be at, or past departure burn 2 and waiting on departure burn 3. So it would be, departure burn 3 would be coming up. Let's see if I can get my appropriate graphics up here. Trying to manage them all at the same. Oh, of course they cut to a different view just as I was switching it. Come on. But yeah, departure burn 2 is underway here now. They'll be going to departure burn 3 here shortly, which will be the final departure from the International Space Station, although it looks like they pushed that back to like 1 a.m. Eastern time to be at apogee, or their highest point in the orbit. And
if they do a burn there, then they'll put them on track probably to lands tomorrow late morning, early afternoon. I can't remember the timeline.
Yeah, the landing was supposed to be scheduled for 2:42 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
Tomorrow. But somebody in my chat mentioned, and maybe I missed this during the stream while we were talking, but somebody in the chat mentioned that they thought they were changing the time, but I didn't hear that yet. I had heard 2:42 p.m. Eastern time was going to be the landing, which is 1842 UTC for everybody trying to do that conversion there. Right. So that'll be tomorrow, and we'll be live about an hour and a half prior to that to watch the splashdown, because I'll be super nervous. I don't know, for some reason I'm like really, really nervous about splashdown. I don't know. I think Elon had actually mentioned that he was nervous about splashdown. Did you hear that as well?
Yeah. I mean, there's just so many things that have to go right. I know that this has been simulated to death, and we've had the full up DM-1 demonstration along with the in-flight abort mission that, you know, really showed that the capsule is really dialed in for re-entry. But there's a lot of things that have to go right. You know, there's some things that I have a lot of peace with. I'm happy that we're back with the capsule design, because that heat shield is protected throughout the entire duration of the flight. And it's just a completely proven concept when you look at Mercury, Gemini, and the Apollo missions on re-entry were all flawless because of it's just a completely locked down design. So it's not even actually the reentry that I would be nervous about. It's everything after that. You know, the drogue chutes, all the chutes, then the main chutes deploying, and then if you see 2 of those 3 mains deploy, you're in a good spot. And that thing is just because of just the buoyancy of it is going to bob around. They're not going to have any problem. But it's just nervous. I mean, these are going to be 2 people flying through the sky completely on fire at thousands of miles per hour for the first time with this capsule. So the first time is going to be nervous, but I think that they've got this pretty well buttoned up. But it's kind of like you're able to watch like a drag race or something, that these mechanics and everybody have really got things dialed in. The drivers got things dialed in, and 9 times or 99 times out of 100, there's no problem. But it'll be interesting just to see how everything goes.
Well, and it is important. I mean, you brought up an important point that like this thing has been tested over and over and over again. I mean, it is the first time that we're doing this with a crew, but there have been a number of tests to get to this point. I mean, can you talk about like what they've done to get to this point? Like, this is not the first time they're actually utilizing this hardware.
They've dropped this thing out of like a back of a C-17 several times. I mean, many variations of it. We saw the very first launch abort, I can't remember, 3 years ago, where it was stationary on the ground at at sea level, and it was able to run its abort and have the capsule land perfectly fine off the ocean, off the shore. This thing has been done to death, and it's one of the reasons why NASA did not go with the self-propulsive landing, because that kind of added an extra dynamic to things that they weren't really looking for, as well as the landing legs, the heat shield. I know that with shuttle, they did come up with a very good concept for shielding the landing gear underneath the heat shield. But if we can, NASA was really looking for multiple systems that were as foolproof as possible and as simple as possible. That way they knew that they were taking the least amount of risk. And that's kind of where we've landed here with Dragon and Starliner. So this, I don't even remember how many parachute tests this has gone under, but something like almost 20 under the current design to get them at this point. So,
not to mention the ones even before the current design. There's been... I have no idea how many parachute tests they've done, but it seems like a lot. That's one of the things that kind of surprised me a lot, was the number of parachute tests, because that seemed like one of the things that they really struggled with was trying to get their parachute design nailed down, and it turned out like that parachute science is hard. Way harder than I thought.
Yeah, I wish that I could speak more about it, but it is also something I'm a bit of a novice at in terms of like parachute science. I mean, you'd think, parachutes have been around for as long as we've been flying, but there's a lot of things that go into it, and making sure that they deploy properly, and then once they've even deployed, to making sure that they stay open, because a parachute could deploy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's opening up properly and creating enough drag to actually slow the capsule down to the point that it's supposed to. And these are all proprietary designs too. I mean, a lot of these designs I know are influenced off of, what NASA did historically. There are some learnings with Soyuz, but although that is in typical Russian fashion, like just one parachute full go, like it's just like no redundancy built in. And it works, so whatever. Whereas with this, their design is completely unique, and there's a lot of learnings from heritage systems. But it's one of those things you have to keep testing, and then okay, you have a system that works. Well, we really need to make sure it works, and NASA can be a little over the top with that, so they test and test and test, and they know it's going to work, and hopefully this is going to be a locked-in system for decades to come.
Yeah, and I think one of the hardest things about parachute science in general is just that, like, you can test the system till you're blue in the face, and you test and test, and you're like, great, these parachutes work, but every single time is going to vary and depend on how the particular flight parachutes are packed. And not only do you have to develop a parachute that works, but you have to develop a packing system and a quality control system, essentially, that is consistent across the board, so that you can make sure that those parachutes are packed the same way every single time. I think that's one of the things that I'm sure there's got to be somebody that's a skydiver or that's been skydiving that's watching or something like that. You could probably speak to that. I've never been skydiving. I don't think I ever will, but it's got to be nerve-wracking, like packing. I mean, we saw that on the Starliner. I know. Did you watch the Starliner pad abort where they?
Oh yeah, only two of the chutes went off, and it's like you would think in that scenario this is a completely controlled experiment. It needs to go flawless, and it didn't. And Boeing has taken note. I know that they're on top of that, and all three deployed for their demonstration mission. It seemed like that went off flawlessly on reentry. Yeah, to your point, like the quality, the QCing of every single, not only component, but the actual processing of that component is so critical. I mean, that is why rockets fail. It's because, not necessarily because of the materials, because the humans involved. There's some oversight in terms of how it was prepared, lack of oversight in terms of how it was prepared or implemented, or the material that they're using was not created properly, and then the people down the chain thought that it was created properly, and then by the time it gets to the finish line, it fails. You know, when you look at any of the SpaceX failures or Northrop failures, you know, it's human beings creating the problems, you know. So really, you know, being on top of that. And I know that even with the Electron recently, the Electron had their anomaly a few weeks ago that ended up having their launch failure. It turns out that it seems like it was a flaw in manufacturing with the electrical systems that they've been able to fix and move on from. And that is kind of telling that it was just somebody who missed something in the build process. And I'm sure that they're going to learn from this, and that they're going to, you know, streamline their QC process or make it more stringent in that area. But when it comes to human space flight, everybody has their knobs turned to an 11. I know that, you know, through the build of this capsule, SpaceX, Gwen and everybody was adamant about having Bob and Doug's pictures associated with everything with that capsule, so that everybody who knew was working on it knew that people were going to be on board and that they needed to do their best. And they also got to know the crew, so that they knew who Bob and Doug were, and they knew the people that were going to be putting their lives in their hands, essentially. And I think that makes people just way more diligent in making sure that they're doing the jobs that they need to do. Not that they wouldn't do it before, but you know that when you have that kind of risk on the line, you are just, I don't know, there's like an extra level of hyper awareness that people put themselves through.
Yeah, and I think I was actually going to ask you about the Rocket Lab bit, but you covered that already. But I think one of the things underappreciated in engineering in general is that not only do you have to build a system that works, but you have to brainstorm and figure out all the possible ways that the system could possibly fail. And sometimes that's the harder part. Like, it fails just because you didn't think of that as a possible failure point, and you know, you just didn't plan for that scenario. And I think might have been the case.
That's one of the reasons why NASA has such strict parameters for the landing, even down to like 10 miles per hour or something at the landing zone, which is like extremely conservative. SpaceX has tested the chutes and everything in more extreme scenarios, but they really want perfect scenario. They really want a perfect scenario to make sure that the testing has gone end to end, like exactly as they planned, and then they'll open up the scope as things as time progresses, because they know that the limits on the system are much wider than just 10 miles per hour. But if you don't have to risk it, don't. you know. So I think that they're making the right call.
Yeah, and that's kind of somebody asked about that earlier, like why the 10-mile-per-hour limit, and like I do feel that they will likely open that up further. But the first go around, like, let's keep it conservative, and it's kind of the same idea behind why they started with not reusing the capsule. I mean, originally the plan was they were not going to reuse capsules, but now
Right.
SpaceX
Here
has
we are.
demonstrated, and they're saying, all right, you know what, we will reuse these capsules again.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great for the future, and I think I give NASA a lot of credit for keeping an open mind, and you know, really trusting the process in a way. And you know, it's kind of like you know, talk is cheap, and they want to see action, and they want to see things actually in motion. So they're going to build a lot more trust and you know, I don't know. I guess that is just it. They're going to develop a lot more trust with SpaceX as time goes on. Boeing has had decades on SpaceX, and there's other defense contractors and such have had decades on them. So they kind of started from the back, but now that they've gotten all these systems really, you know, teed up to really clearly be the future of space flight, I think that they're going to be a good place. But I do have to hop off now. So thank you for having me, everybody. Sorry, I'm just like randomly jumping away now, but thanks a lot for having me, man. This is a lot of fun.
No, that's all right. That's perfect timing because I'm actually getting ready to wrap up the stream in general. So I'm really happy, and I'm glad that you came on. I mean, we gotta do something more in the future. So everybody, this is TJ Cooney from I Need More Space. Got a YouTube channel that's pretty awesome. Super high quality videos. TJ, thanks again for coming on. I really appreciate it. Short notice. Really appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for having me on. Let's do something soon.
For sure. All right. Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
All right. So I think at this point here, I think we've got our departure burns are all situated, and we're just about. I think we're about ready to wrap up for the day. But I do want to listen in because we were talking to TJ for quite a while there. It was a little bit of a surprise. And
I personally haven't been.
I think they've been doing a whole lot of Ask NASA questions. I'm sure some of you probably jumped out to take a look at what was happening over on the NASA stream. But let's see. Everybody's saying thanks to TJ. Yeah, he's already jumped off the line. But confirmed burn. So we did confirm departure burn 2. That would have happened. I was just here. I heard a Quindar tone, so I was turning up the stream.
So the core there, just relaying to the crew. We have cameras, of course, aboard Dragon that we've been looking at earlier. Relaying to the crew that we've had those off for their privacy, so they could doff their suits, and requesting if we could come back aboard.
And SpaceX, you're welcome to come on board at this time, and we've just wrapped up our timer for suit drying.
Copy all. Thank you so much.
There we go. So they've taken their suits off here at this point, so that's why we haven't seen any onboard footage. So we should actually come back on board, and then they're doing suit drying as well. So in case they sweat in their suit or something like that, they want to make sure it stays nice and dry for the next time they put it on.
Kind of gross, or building up any sort of microbes. In fact, when we got first to station, we did a longer drying period, and the crew wiped down the suits with some cleaning wipes just to make sure that there was nothing that would grow in there for the 2 months that we were on station, and conducting a similar operation right now.
So another walkthrough of everything that's happened today. If you're joining.
All right. So yeah, I think at this, I'm just trying to get a status update. I wanted to hear where we were, what the next event was, because that departure burn was supposed to be in about 30 minutes from now, the third departure burn, and I don't think that's happening now. It sounds like they moved that to like 5 hours from now. But that's what we can do. Why don't we go? I'm never going to be able to find it again. Where he said that they were going to move it. Does anybody look that up definitively, that they were going to move that final departure burn? Or can anybody find the timestamp for me of where they mentioned that? because I wanted to see if they're going to do that final departure burn, then we'll stick around for a little while longer. But if not, then at this point, there's not much happening from here on out. So the next big events, aside from that departure burn, there'll be some phasing burns, but those will be overnight hours. We're not going to stream those. The next big event will be deorbit, and that's, I mean, deorbit is scheduled for tomorrow. And then I guess we have to see. Why don't we take a look at the Twitter machine? Maybe Twitter has an update for us. Let's listen. I'll turn the stream up so you can hear on that while you guys can watch me watch Twitter.
After that burn was completed, and then we just saw departure burn 2, which has lowered Dragon's perigee and brought it down below the International Space Station at all times. So next up for us will be departure burn 3. We're looking for that at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT.
Been a pretty busy day for Bob and Doug aboard Dragon. They managed to...
I just missed it again.
There's actually a view of inside the cabin. So Bob and Doug out of their spacesuits. You can actually see one of their spacesuits. It's
what did he? Oh, hold on. We're gonna pause this. What did he just say? They just said something about. Be back.
After that burn was completed, and then we just saw departure burn 2, space station for that at 6:40. So next up for us will be departure burn 3. We're looking for that at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT.
Been a pretty busy
Oh,
day
no,
for
so
Bob
that's
and
all
Doug
right. That's
aboard,
normal.
Aboard Dragon.
Okay.
They managed to...
There we go. We're actually...
is scientific experiments.
We're in good shape, actually. So departure burn 3, that must have been the phasing burns they were talking about. So departure burn 3 is still scheduled for 9:14. I think I have it as 9:11 on my mission clock here. So I guess we will stick around for a little while longer. Let me just update when departure burn 3 is going to take place. It's going to be at 9:14. So let's just update that and add 3 minutes to it and save it. Okay, so we can stick around. Why do they use Pacific? This is a good question. Why do they use Pacific Daylight Time suddenly? Pacific Time? SpaceX Hawthorne, which is now the official mission control that's handling the mission, is based in California. So when SpaceX is running things, they generally are doing it on Pacific Time. When the International Space Station is running things, they operate on Central Time at Houston. But all of them, I mean, the International Space Station operates on UTC time. So they all use UTC time in general. But when they're referencing local time, SpaceX is based in California, so that's the local time they're going to reference. It's really just based on where they are. So it's California, which is where the hosts are based, which is where SpaceX Mission Control is. That's in California. When they're launching a rocket on the East Coast from Cape Canaveral, they're on the East Coast. They use Eastern time. So it's all just relative to where they happen to be. Is this recorded or live? No, we're still live. We're still here. We're going to be here for another about 30 minutes we got left here, and then we'll call it a night. We'll just wait. We'll just listen in on that final departure burn, and then we'll call it a night. And let's just jump in. We'll get your questions here before we wrap up for the day. Before we get to that burn, I guess I should say.
Before the deorbit burn tomorrow.
Probably a lot of Velcro on those as well, I'm guessing. I know on space station side, they tend to have a lot of Velcro on pretty much every surface.
Yes, it's interesting. The astronauts use Velcro on, their pant legs will have strips of Velcro, and anything that they work with, their spoon or some, like their drink bags might have a little spot of Velcro on the other side. So that way, if they need to put it down, they can't really put it down, and they don't want it to float away and become lost in the recesses of the vastness of the International Space Station, and so they can just tack it to their little Velcro spot on their little pants leg and come right back to it.
Yeah, and you might wonder how something would float away. There's, actually a couple of things. One, it's really hard to impart something with no force. If you've watched videos of crew members on the space station sort of playing with their food or playing with drink bags, they might put something and it'll start to twist and turn, move. They'll grab it, move it close to them, it'll start to twist and move. And the other, there's actually a life support reason for doing that as well. As the crew members are exhaling carbon dioxide, unless you have really good circulation in the life support system from all the fans and scrubbers on board your spacecraft, that carbon dioxide will tend to sit and bubble and create pockets of unbreathable air. So the life support system is also providing a lot of positive pressure and moving gases around the cabin just to make sure that we are circulating and revitalizing that air, running it through our scrubbers, and of course regular injections of oxygen so it's nice and breathable.
So a couple questions I see. Still no sign of tremor. Well, we can show him to you. He's here. He's here with me. That's why we haven't seen him. No, I'm just kidding. This is mine. But yeah, we haven't seen tremor. He's got to be He's got to be stowed away someplace. I haven't seen him yet. Nor have I seen Earthy, which I think they're taking Earthy home with them, this is Earthy here. Ooh, Earthy is hot. I probably shouldn't set him on top of my liquid cooling radiator there. He's a little bit hot. So there's Earthy. But we haven't seen them on the stream yet. I'm going to set Earthy over here instead of setting him near my computer. What is the crew doing now? So right now they're taking off their suits and they're just getting comfortable. Right now they took off their suits. They're getting comfortable. They're getting prepared for departure burn 3. And then they will have a phasing burns later. They're going to have a sleep period. And then they come home tomorrow.
It looks like we have a good Ask NASA question.
Why did they take off the suits? It's just not comfortable to be in a spacesuit for 24 hours straight. Plus, at some point, they're probably going to have to go to the bathroom. And, like, they just don't need it right now. They put the suit on for the most critical portions of the flight. So launching, docking with the space station, undocking with the space station, and they'll probably have the suits on again for re-entry. So those critical points when you could potentially have something that would tweak the capsule itself that maybe could cause a pressure leak, the chances of that happening are higher during launch, landing, re-entry, and then docking and undocking. I mean, docking and undocking, like, you could have a thruster fire go wrong and have it crash into the space station. That would be terrible. Well, hopefully we never see that. But you could potentially have that happen, and you want to have your suit on so that they're protected for that. Same thing during launch and re-entry. Like, if something tweaks the rocket and you have a loss of pressurization, you'd want to have that suit on for pressurization. But at this point in the flight, like, yeah, potentially you could have a depressurization at any point during the flight, but this is a relatively stable orientation, and there's not much that could cause a depressurization at this event, so it's relatively low risk. It's not likely to just spontaneously depressurize. I mean, it's possible, it's just not likely. What do they do when they sneeze in their helmets? They would have a terrible few minutes. I don't think they can do anything. I think they just they try to hold their sneeze because they can't, like, they have itch pads on the helmet to, like, itch their nose. They just have to go like this to try to itch their face. But yeah, I don't think they can do anything for sneezing, especially when their visor is down. They got baby wipes. Is that baby wipes right there that he just stuck to the ceiling? Looks like baby wipes. I mean, I guess maybe that's what they use for the bathroom. He did stick it up next to the bathroom. Too much information. It's more than I wanted to think about right there. All of a sudden, the image just flashed in my head, and I wish I hadn't brought that topic up. Let's see what else we had for questions. Just watched the ISS pass overhead in Massachusetts with a faint dot of Dragon trailing behind it. That would be pretty awesome. Did we go over Massachusetts? We did. We did just go over Massachusetts. Yeah, almost Massachusetts, right? Yeah, here's Massachusetts right there. Yeah, so you probably did. Not that I was doubting you. Who was it that said that? Ron. Not that I was doubting you, Ron, but I did just want to check it out. Here's the ISS pat right here. Is where the ISS is right now, and Dragon slightly behind it. But yeah, they're heading that direction right now. But yeah, they would have just flown over Massachusetts. Actually, they would have flown pretty close to me. I should have went outside, got you a live view of the space station passing overhead. So why don't we take a minute for any of the latecomers to try to get everybody up to speed on where we are. So here's Crew Dragon capsule. This is the inside of the Crew Dragon capsule. This is what the crew is doing now. They're kind of just chilling. We're waiting for departure burn 3. Deorbit burn is not until tomorrow. This is departure burn 3 coming up, which is going to lower their perigee, which is the closest approach to Earth. That's the lowest altitude in their orbit. It's called perigee. The highest point in their orbit is called apogee. The departure burn is going to happen here in about, what are we at? 24 minutes is the final departure burn. That'll be the last thing we cover here for the day. And then we'll be back live tomorrow. But to give you an idea on recovery here, recovery is going to happen off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. That's the primary recovery site that they are shooting for right here. They've got a whole bunch of recovery sites. You've got Panama City, you got Tallahassee, you got Tampa, you've got Daytona, Jacksonville, and even, but I don't think they would use these. I think these were for the in-flight abort. So these are in-flight abort, and the pad abort were down here. That's what these scenarios were. This one might actually be, yeah, that's the Cape Canaveral. That is an actual landing site right here. So this one here is the Cape Canaveral landing site. So that's another landing site right there. And then way over here, this was demo 1. This is the uncrewed mission landed out here. So those are all the landing sites. Normally, they would want to land over here on the East Coast, make it easy to go back to Cape Canaveral. Right there. Nice and easy. Back home. Honey, I'm home. We made it. Went out for a quick trip to go pick up a couple astronauts. But the problem is, we've got a little disturbance in the force coming by, otherwise known as Hurricane Isaias. And this is where Hurricane Isaias is predicted to be at splashdown, which you don't want to land here off Cape Canaveral. 33 mile per hour winds. Daytona, 22 mile per hour winds. Jacksonville, 12 mile per hour winds. And you've got off of Tampa, 15 mile per hour. Tallahassee right at the 10 mile per hour limit. Panama City sitting at 8 miles per hour. And Pensacola, 2-3 mile per hour winds. Much, much better. And we heard TJ mention earlier that they're being very conservative on the wind requirements at 10 miles per hour. They want to be restrictive on that and be very conservative so that they, especially for these parachutes, they've had so many issues with the parachutes. They want to make sure that they can parachute home safely. They're not going to have a parachute out or collapse because of high winds or something like that. So it's a very narrow margin for landing for this mission. They'll likely expand it in the future, but this mission, 10 mile per hour limit on landing winds, particularly for the parachutes. So, but that's where we are, and that's the wind right there, not to mention the waves, which is also a condition for recovery. Our little disturbance in the force here is putting up 17-foot waves, more than 17-foot waves here now. It's actually gone up a little bit since the last time we looked at it, or maybe I just didn't see that spot before. But saw a couple over 17-foot waves right there. And then all around here, 10-foot waves, 6-foot, 7-foot, 8-foot, 6-foot, 7-foot, 8-foot, what? God, I'm going to break out into song. This is how you know I've been streaming too long. Daylight come and me wanna go. Okay, anyways, so off the coast here in the Gulf, really low wave activity. So Tampa, 3-foot waves. Over at Pensacola, less than a foot. About a third of a meter. Let's see, what was the map that you had with the landing areas? This is a hazard map put out by a gentleman named Raul, which he does a great job. I don't think I have a link to that. I have a link to his other maps. If you type in !hazards in the YouTube chat, it should give you a link. I think that command works. !hazards, try it, see if it works. I think it'll give you a link to not this hazards map, but you can get to this hazards map from that hazards map. It gives you a link to his other hazards map, which has a link to this map. You with me? Did it work? Let's see. Harley Davidson did it. Will it work? Maybe it doesn't work. Well, I thought it would work. Apparently, I just lied to you. I guess it doesn't work. I thought I did. Well, I'll put it in for next time.
That will round out the departure burns for the evening. We've had 3 so far. This will be the 4th. And that has brought Dragon out of the keep out sphere, away from the approach ellipsoid. The first 2 took Dragon up and over the station, and then this next one brought it underneath, and then the last one will circularize Dragon's orbit, and it makes it roughly co-elliptic with the space station. We saw a burn like this on the way uphill as well.
And it's interesting you mentioned that this is the 4th burn, but it's called Depart Burn 3. And actually, we saw a little bit of this on the way in. So there are 3 hold points and a hold 0, 1, and 2 on the way to the International Space Station. All of those depend on the distance that you are from the space station. So it can be a little bit confusing when you consider the nomenclature here. Part of it is sort of the counting scheme. Part of it is also, are you at that point that is known as hold 0, hold 1, hold 2. So depart burn 0 being that first burn that we conducted, and then the depart burns 1 and 2 we saw earlier today, getting us out of the approach ellipsoid. And then depart burn 3 being our 4th burn of the day, if you don't count those 2 undocking burns that we saw.
Oh, I see why it didn't. Why the hazards map didn't work. I turned it off for this stream because I wasn't using it. So I turned it off. But here, I put the other one. There. Oh, it's heavy figure. Here, I also created hazards 2, which I just
and
put in the
we've got
YouTube.
another Ask NASA question. Don't forget.
I created hazards 2 as well. Hazards 2 will take you to the one that I was actually using. So you can use the hazards. The hazards 2 map will give you the one that I was just looking at here. So there you go. Are the suits different from spacewalk suits? Yes, very much different from spacewalk suits. The suits that the astronauts wear, the SpaceX suits that they wear, are not EVA suits. They could not support walking outside of a spaceship. They are only meant for emergency depressurization situations. The spacesuits that they wear on spacewalks are much thicker. They're made for protecting against, even like little micrometeorite strikes or like cuts or scrapes or getting it caught on something or, all kinds of stuff like that. They're much more protective suits. The suits that they wear in the spaceship are not meant for that. They're just pressure suits meant to protect them in the spacecraft in the event of a depressurization. They're also flame retardant. They have an oxygen supply. They're just meant for emergency protection in the spacecraft. Let's see what else we missed. Yeah, I fixed Nightbot, so the hazards map should work. You got hazards and hazards 2. I think there's a hazards 1, but it's the same as hazards. I was creating that while I was messing around, but
the positioning of the drogue chutes on the vehicle will keep Dragon in the correct orientation. Although at that point, it's less about heat rejection and more about making sure that the capsule splashes down with the heat shield side facing towards the ocean.
Another question from Daniel, wondering.
A couple people asked.
Site. So the landing site is determined based on a lot of criteria, anything from wave height to wind speed, making sure that we give the astronauts the most safe location to splash down. And so if for some reason at this point we saw that Pensacola site that we're targeting tomorrow was starting to look like maybe a no-go area, we already have backup sites identified. And so even though Crew Dragon has already departed and already conducted its first few burns, it's not really committed to one site until its deorbit burn tomorrow.
All right, so
we also got a question here from Bob. If either of us were asked, would we go to
will we be able to see what Bob and Doug are seeing soon? Well, they've showed us a couple times in the... I guess I could switch back to this view. If you guys want to see this a little more, but what was the question again? I forgot. Oh, they've showed us inside the capsule a couple of times, but they may be on a bathroom break. They typically will shut off the cameras if they go on a bathroom break. So they may be on a bathroom break right now. I don't know. We haven't seen the inside of the capsule in a little while. So let's see. And we're coming up on departure burn 3, which is confusing because it's the 4th burn, but they started at 0, like true engineers. As a software engineer, I love that they started at 0. If you don't do software engineering or any kind of engineering, you probably don't understand, but usually we start at 0. But yeah, this is departure burn number 4, but it's called departure burn 3.
So we have payloads of all kinds that arrive for research on the space station.
Yeah, and actually...
wives won't get much sleep tonight either. Yeah, I imagine if you're one of the... Well, both wives of the astronauts are actually astronauts themselves. So it's probably not as nerve-wracking for them because they've been through this. And actually, one of them is... I forget what her first name is. What? I know her last name, but... What's her first name? Megan MacArthur. Couldn't remember her, who is Bob's wife. I couldn't remember her first name. Megan MacArthur is actually going to fly on Crew 2. So she will follow her husband's footsteps here, and will launch on Crew 2 after he's flown and tested out here on Demo 2. I mean, that sounds like something out of the old days, but it's not. I mean, she's perfectly capable of flying it. I wasn't trying to go down that road, but this is nope.
Burn 3.
Good, get me. Go for departure burn 3 here.
Copy, Anna. Go for depart burn 3. Thank you.
And we just heard they are go for depart burn 3. We'll be looking for that about 14 minutes from now, the final of those 4 departure burns. But back to our question, how long did it take to build the International Space Station? The first element for the International Space Station.
All right, so go for departure burn 3 here. So that's coming up. It's supposed to be in about a little over 10 minutes at departure burn 3. And that'll be the last thing we cover. Then we're going to wrap it up. I mean, we've been here for almost 4 hours now. And we'll probably be live again tomorrow for quite a while, because tomorrow will be the big excitement. Be very exciting tomorrow for Splashdown. Does the inside of the capsule get pretty warm inside during re-entry? I imagine it would. I don't know if I have any particular temperature measurements for that. I'm sure they actually took measurements for that when they did the Demo 1 mission, but I don't particularly know the temperature measurements, but I imagine it likely will. I don't think, and by warmer, like, I think maybe a little bit warmer, not a huge amount warmer, because the heat shielding takes a ton of heat away, like 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, if it's normally 70 degrees in the capsule, like maybe it gets to, I don't know, I'm going to throw out random numbers. These are not factual whatsoever, but maybe it gets to like 75 or 80. But it's not going to get to 100 or 200 or something like that. It might get slightly warmer, a tiny, tiny bit, but yeah, the heat shielding of the capsule itself takes a lot of it, and the suits themselves have environmental controls, so they can actually stay pretty cool with the suits on. So that's one of the nice things about those suits, is even if the capsule does warm up, even if the capsule gets to 100, it's not going to be a big deal because they got their suits on. That'll keep them nice and cool. But I don't think it's going to get that high. You guys are all making bathroom jokes in the comments. Oh, man. If this was an Apollo mission, you'd see an ashtray at everyone's computer. Yeah, it was a different time. Different time a long time ago. Only the SLS has payload capacity to carry gateway parts. I think they've talked about, I could be mistaken on this, but I believe you could potentially get other parts. I think it depends on what parts you're taking, because you could launch, like Falcon Heavy should have the capability to easily launch like a Bigelow inflatable habitat. Am I making that up? Am I wrong on that? I feel like they could. And even you think an Atlas V, like an Atlas V can send quite a bit of payload. But I guess it depends on what you're sending. I guess if you're sending a gigantic orbiting module, maybe you do need a super powerful rocket for that. They're also keep in mind the gateway bit is being passed over for the first crewed mission. So on Artemis 3, which they intended to meet up with the gateway and then land on the moon, they're skipping that now. The Artemis 3 is going to go to lunar orbit, where they're going to have a lander in lunar orbit. They're going to just meet up with the lander directly and then land on the moon. So they're actually skipping gateway so they can get to the moon faster. They're still planning on gateway. It's just the timing wise, they're really trying to hit that moon 2024 mark where they can land on the surface by 2024. Which trip takes longer time, going from or coming to Earth? I mean, really, it's a matter of orbital mechanics and whether you're phased perfectly with your landing zone. So it can take more or less time. Like, there's no hard and fast rule that it would take more or less for either. In this particular case, I believe that returning to Earth will be a little bit longer. But it's very close. It's so close that I'm questioning whether I'm correct on that or not. But I believe it's slightly longer coming back to Earth in this case, and that's only because they took their time getting to the space station, and they're taking their time getting back. They could go faster or slower if they wanted to. We need suits like that for Aussie farmers? I don't know what that means.
And your heart and brain will basically reduce the rate at which your heart beats. And it takes a little bit of getting used to, depends for each crew member, when you get back into gravity on Earth, for your system to readjust to that. Actually, another question here from Baraket. Why do we need to do a burn to get back to Earth? Why not just use gravity or free fall? So that's actually an interesting question. If we had all the time in the world and just kind of let the capsule do its thing, there is enough atmospheric drag in the upper portions of the Earth's atmosphere to deorbit the Dragon capsule and actually eventually the International Space Station as well. But of course, that will deorbit you whenever the drag just happens to work out the right way, and it becomes really then difficult to pick which landing site you want to go to. So there's of course a team of folks that are helping us, helping the crew as well with the recovery operations. So we want the capsule to land pretty close to them. These burns, for the first, ensure that we get far away from the International Space Station, but then also ensure that we land close to our targeted landing site.
This one from Starman. This question asking, do the astronauts bring any music with them when they go up to the space station?
All right, so while they're still doing a whole bunch of Ask NASAs, we're going to do the Ask Tories. Or actually, I'm probably just going to talk, and you guys are going to see what I have to say.
Yeah, I think I actually saw a Twitter post from Chris the other day. He did a little bit of a music video.
I like how my Mountain Dew can
Yesterday morning.
gets green screened out. Doesn't that look kind of crazy? It's a technology of chroma keying. Green can, green screen, you can't. Not sponsored by Mountain Dew, but if Mountain Dew's watching, I'll take a sponsorship. All right, anyways, so where I was going to go with this is we'll take a look one more time before departure burn 3. Any news on Starlink launch? Not yet. Nope. Starlink 9 is up in the air. It's supposed to be in June, and then it's July, and now it's going to be in August sometime. So we don't know on Starlink yet. All right, so let's review real quick landing sites so you can get an idea. Here you go. Here's all your landing sites. We're targeting Pensacola, Florida over here, the dark purple. That's where we're headed. We'll zoom it out right there. Exclamation point hazards 2 if you want to get to this map in the YouTube chat. You can type exclamation point hazards 2 and get a link to this, but that's where they're targeting. Pensacola, right there off the coast. Trying to avoid Hurricane Isaias, which is over here on the east coast of Florida, or that's where it's predicted to be tomorrow at splashdown. Right now, the International Space Station, where'd it go? It's hiding from us. On the dark side of the Earth here, just south of Africa. Kind of crazy how far it's gotten so quickly. It's going to be heading over Australia, so our fellow Aussies... Fellow Aussie? I'm not an Aussie. Why did I say fellow Aussies? So all the Australians, it's coming over. Not all the Australians. If you're in the path, I'm sure all the Australians know this, but Australia is surprisingly big. You can blame the Mercator projection on your thoughts of it being small, if you think it's small. It's actually not nearly as small as most people think. It's actually huge. I'm sure the Australians know that, but a lot of people don't know that. Because of the Mercator projection. If you're not familiar with the Mercator projection, that's the way that people draw the globe in two-dimensional plane, like in a flat plane. The Mercator projection makes Australia look really tiny. It's not. It's huge. You got any Aussies in the chat? Let's see who. Somebody was replying to Mark. Oh, Mark. Will they fly from the ship to land once they are out of... Will they fly from the ship to land once they're out of the capsule? Oh, or will they get to land from the ship? I believe they're taking the ship to land. They will... Dennis said they're staying in the capsule all the way through. No, they're going to come out of the capsule. I think he might have misunderstood his question. Or maybe I did, but... they are going to land in the capsule, obviously, in the water. They'll stay in it for at least an hour till they get pulled out of the water by the recovery ship. And then after that, they will take them out of the capsule on the ship. And I believe they're going to ride the ship into shore unless for some reason there's an emergency. I think they're only using the helicopter for an emergency. But I could be wrong on that. But I believe they're only using the helicopter to fly to shore for an emergency. But maybe I'm wrong. There we go. There's all our Australians. Tasmania, Australia. This is Lindsay. Good day from down under from Jonathan. Lindsay says the path over Australia goes over no population areas. Well, that's a bummer. Do we see any in... Let's see. What website is this? This is called Stuff in Space. It's stuffin.space. Kind of a cool map. It'll show you everything, all the orbital debris in space. We're currently looking at the orbital debris is like blurred out here, but this is just, it'll show you not only orbital debris, but it'll also show you the satellites that are in orbit as well. But this is the International Space Station, which is the green one right there.
That's actually part of, so, you know, it's been pretty quiet for mission control, and that's exactly how you want a mission to go. But
how long until departure burn 3? We should be like 1 minute away.
gone through simulations, some of those with the crew embedded in the simulation, some of those with the Houston control team, where we throw all kinds of faults and problems, scary problems.
What port will the ship return in? I don't know the answer to that. That's actually a really good question, because I had that same question myself. Originally, they were going to, I mean, the main plan was to go to Port Canaveral, but then I had heard a couple days ago that they were going to go to Tampa, but their landing, that was when they were kind of targeting Tampa as a landing site. Now they're going to Pensacola, so I don't know if they're going to go to a closer port or they're still planning to go to Tampa. But wherever they go, they'll take the astronauts to port. The astronauts will fly to Houston, and the capsule will continue on to Cape Canaveral.
Looking for this burn to last 42 seconds. Bring it roughly co-elliptic, in a roughly co-elliptic orbit with the space station, meaning it's not got, or it'll be constantly about 10 kilometers lower in altitude.
Here's departure burn 3.
And once that burn occurs, we'll also expect some words from the core to the crew, acknowledging how the burn went and sort of next steps after this. So fingers crossed for a call out for a nominal burn.
Is the tropical storm going to have an effect? I believe we're at hurricane forces now for that, right? Hurricane Isaiah category.
It's worth noting what some of the...
It is going to have an effect. It's already had an effect. They've moved the landing zone from the Atlantic over to the Gulf of Mexico, off Pensacola. Instead of landing near Daytona or Cape Canaveral, they're landing near Pensacola in the Gulf.
The systems officer will be checking performance and health of the Dracos, and the navigation officer will be doing analysis on the burn performance, as well as what Dragon reports its current attitude, velocity, and orientation are.
And that burn is now underway. We can actually expect it to be complete in just a few seconds.
Will they rotate around the Earth one more time? Yes, they will orbit the Earth many times, actually, before they come back, because they're not coming back for...
Dragon SpaceX, burn complete, nominal burn, and at your convenience, I have 3 additional items for you.
What are these 3 additional items? Got nothing. Why fly when they can cruise to Houston in style? Well, the on Go Navigator you're talking? Well, Go Navigator's got to get back to...
Okay, Anna, we're ready to copy.
Go Navigator's got to go back to Cape Canaveral with the capsule.
All right. The first is that we understand that you would prefer to report food and water consumption and movement after each of your meals. At your convenience, we're happy to take your evening meal report. Just let us know.
Okay, copy that. We'll give it in a few minutes.
Sounds great. The second item is that we have some updates for your tablet timeline. It'll take me a few minutes to talk you through them, so when you are ready to copy those, let me know that too.
That's not the...
Okay, we have the tablets open to the timeline in the anchor section, and we're ready to copy.
Copy. So on your day 1 primary timeline, please scroll to crew pre-sleep day 1, and I am requesting that you add 30 minutes to the 6 continuous events, beginning with crew pre-sleep day 1 and ending with GSC collection entry.
Yeah, real YT, I see your question. I'm going to get to that here in a second. Was waiting for item number 3.
Okay, we've got that up, and so for crew pre-sleep day 1, It should be 02:40, and then we add 30 minutes in each subsequent milestone up through GSC collection at 13:10, which will now be 13:40, it looks like.
Good readback. The second change to make is to please subtract 15 minutes from your scheduled fluid load start and fluid load end events. Your new fluid load start time is 1448.
Okay, copy. 1448 for fluid load start, and we'll change that.
And you copied the fluid load end subtraction of 15 minutes too, correct?
We copy. Start and end minus 15.
Perfect. All other entries in your day one primary timeline should be good to go. For your day one alternate timeline, all burns are within approximately 15 minutes of accuracy. Should we find ourselves needing to take advantage of that timeline, we recommend tagging up at that point to update all the details, but if you have an alternate preference, please let us know.
We love your plan. Let's take a look at that if we need to at that appropriate time. Thanks.
Sounds great. And finally, for the third item I had for you, beyond the inventory post-meal, there are no more required tasks for this evening. So if you would like us to configure for sleep early, we can do that. Just let us know. And do note that there is a departure phasing burn during your sleep.
Yep, we saw that. We'll get the inventory to you in a few minutes, and then probably once that's complete, we'll start working our way towards configuring for our sleep period.
We copy all.
Interesting. So, a couple of things we got to talk about there. I guess we'll start at the end. They have a phasing burn while they're sleeping. That'll be interesting. I mean, it's not a huge G load for those phasing burns, but I mean, you're sleeping and all of a sudden the engines are going to kick on and be like, hey, we're moving now. That'd be really weird. So that's interesting. And the other bit was the thing that Real YT brought up, said, what do they mean for movement? I think we're talking about bathroom breaks. They said they wanted to get a log from them of all their fluid and meal intakes, as well as their movements. They want to know when they went to the bathroom and what they did. It's so many things you got to share with Mission Control. Read out over the radio. You know, Mission Control, we just had a code brown up here. It was a nominal separation. Oh God. Oh, man. All right. Well, anyway, so I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about there. Why? Yeah. Well, it is getting late, Fritz. I think we're about, they went silent on their thing there. We lost the host. But that's all right, because we're pretty much at the point now where we're ready to wrap up here. If you want space, oh, that's kind of a cool map. Or let me go back to that. You want to see this one? It's kind of a cool map there. Interesting. It's a new one. I don't think we've seen that yet. Well, anyway, so it's been a long day here. I don't know, SpaceX just all of a sudden went radio silent. They're done. So the hosts have checked out. Yeah, I think I'm going to check out here now for tonight. You were experiencing diminishing returns from Tori. Yep, that's what you're getting. The longer I go, the more off the rails this gets. The harder it is to keep the train on the tracks, the longer the show goes. So, anyways, I will be back tomorrow at around 1 p.m. Eastern Time, which is about 1700 UTC. I would also say keep an eye out if you're not following me on Twitter already. There's my Twitter handle is down here in the corner. But keep an eye out on Twitter just in case things change. I mean, right now we're scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Or better yet, if you're watching on YouTube, just subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and you turn on notifications because there's a chance that it could change. I'm not saying it will, but just in case it changes, make sure you're following it. You got some sort of notification in case we have to go early for some reason. So I just don't want you to miss it. I don't want you to miss it. It's for you. You subscribe, turn on notifications. It's for you. Anyways. So, yeah, what the plan right now is 1 p.m. Eastern or 1700 UTC. And we'll be here for the splashdown recovery, which will be very stressful and very exciting to see them finally come back. It'll be another long stream because it'll be exciting to see them land, get out of the capsule, and be safely back on Earth. Right? So, yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Or 1700.
So we heard
UTC.
some words there from the core talking up to the crew, talking about adjusting the timeline. So
I'm going to turn them down while they're talking. I'm sure I have. I can throw a link here. I think I saw somebody, Gregorius or Sebi or Alex. Do you have a link to my event for tomorrow? If you have one handy nearby, I don't have one handy. Throw a link to my event in the YouTube chat for tomorrow's stream in case you want to get updated, and I'll make sure we get one out on Facebook and all the other platforms as well. There you go. Thank you, Sebi. There's the link in the YouTube chat to our other. Oh, I just lost chat with it. That happened. Wow, I can't click on that link. Why can I not click on the link? Interesting. Okay, well, I was going to drop one in the Facebook chat as well, but I don't have... Oh. We got more stuff happening. I hear them.
Okay, from location 9, bag 204, we consumed 1 bottle of water. From location 10, bag 208, we consumed 1 bottle of water. From location 11, bag 317, we consumed 1 dinner. And from location 12, bag 321, we consumed 1 dinner.
I copy 1 water consumed from each bag 204 and 208. And 1 dinner consumed from bags 317 and 321. Thanks for the report.
And Anna, I have a issue with the...
An issue with what?
So cool. Got some words there from the core, just giving us a quick check-in on their supplies.
Timeline.
Okay.
It just started. I had a functioning timeline, and now I don't.
And Dragon SpaceX, we lost you perhaps through some blockage through part of that call. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, the timeline application on my tablet gives me a error message that says Safari cannot open the page, and then it's got a HTML address because your iPad is not connected to the internet.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
And can you confirm that Wi-Fi is off and airplane mode is on?
The tablet is, they're getting a Safari error on the tablet. Oh.
Yes, Wi-Fi is off and airplane mode is on. If you have the display cameras up, I'll try to show it to you.
This has got, I was going to end it,
We will
but
take that. We are coming up on a ground station pass, and we have the display camera up.
this has got to be one of the funniest things here. See, even, somebody call tech support. See, even flying in space, you got tablet problems. You got to call tech support. My tablet's not working.
And Dragon SpaceX, can you bring that a little bit closer?
Did you type the Wi-Fi password incorrectly? It was an O, not a 0. You try the Wi-Fi password again. Shouldn't they be in rocket mode instead of airplane mode, right? Should be in spacecraft mode. Even in space, they have internet issues. Yep.
Dragon SpaceX, we got a good image of that. Thank you. We will look into that and get back to you.
Okay, we gotta call.
And to be clear, this is just happening, Bob, on your tablet, not on Doug's.
Yeah, it's just happening on my tablet. I did have a fine timeline before, but when we started investigating to set up to load the changes that you just read up to us, it went to that page instead of the timeline that I had before.
Copy all. We'll dig into it and get back to you. Thanks.
Yeah, so now they gotta.
That was the core checking in with the crew.
Oh god, that freaked me out for a minute. So yeah, apparently they got some Wi-Fi issues on board the Crew Dragon capsule. I mean, who mentioned? Somebody mentioned it. Oh, Gregorius. Gregorius said all the user interface is coded in JavaScript and runs in the Chromium browser. I think that's just the displays that are on the front run in Chromium and JavaScript. But I imagine like they like to use very simple things, so that they don't have to overcomplicate stuff. But yeah, apparently their checklist on the tablet is not working. He's having internet issues. Safari can't open the page because they're not connected to the internet. Check the Wi-Fi. Have they tried turning it off and on again? Right? That's what they should be doing. Any good tech support person, that'd be the first thing they tell you. Turn it off and turn it on again. John wants to know why they didn't stay for 110 days like originally planned. Yeah, the original plan was a short duration stay. It's supposed to be 1 week. And then this got extended to, it was indefinite actually for a while. It was indefinite, basically dependent on when the Crew 1 mission and hardware and crew were going to be ready. If they were going to be ready sooner, they would end this mission sooner. Basically, they want to have Americans on board the space station as much as possible. So Crew 1 is now scheduled for late September, so they're bringing these guys back now. That gives them enough time to bring the capsule back, get it back into processing. They're going to take it apart. They're going to take panels off, look at the plumbing, the wiring, and see how everything made it through. We'll put it back together because it is going to be reused for Crew 2 in 2021. But they do want to analyze how this capsule performed during flight and during re-entry, check everything over, make sure they don't need any particular design changes for Crew 1. So they're bringing them home now, gives them enough time. Crew 1 is ready to launch end of September. So there's Bob messing with his tablet. You turn it off and on again?
Right now, just coming up on the west coast of Australia, and
Has the hatch door closed? Yes, the hatch, they're separated. They have left the ISS. That was 2 hours ago now. They have not landed yet, but they have separated. Landing is tomorrow. So we'll be live again tomorrow. Make sure the power cord is plugged in.
Some window shades, just to make sure that they aren't getting that bright light from the reflection. Well, from one, directly sunlight entering through the windows, and two, from, I'm sure, the beautiful reflection of that sunlight off the Earth's surface.
Tomorrow when? I'll be live again at 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC. We'll be live. That'll be the next thing for tomorrow for the actual splashdown. So today was just undocking, which has successfully completed. Doug's looking out the window, which is kind of cool. I wish he would show us out the window. See Doug looking out the window out there?
Actually, that's kind of an interesting thing to talk about. So we were talking about location 9 and 23 and a couple of other locations.
Will you be able, how far away will you be able to see re-entry and splashdown? I don't think you're going to be able to see it from land. I could be wrong, but I don't think you're going to be able to see it from land.
Here on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that there's some stowage areas behind those panels. So ordinarily, those panels stowed inside, we've got bags.
I don't want to break away from this because this is kind of, now it's kind of interesting. They're looking at
Water, medical supplies, of course, crew personal supplies.
they're taking pictures. I see Bob taking pictures out that window. Doug's looking out the other window. They must be, where are they right now? So their current location, right there. They're flying over Australia now. So they're taking pictures of Australia. Hello down under Australia. Crew Dragon is flying overhead right now.
So it helps them determine a target and how to frame it, because Earth observation is a really important part of some of the research that we do. As we mentioned, it looked like earlier Doug Hurley was able to get a picture of Hurricane Isaias, and we've seen land changes over the years from the International Space Station, tropical storms and hurricanes, and so it's an important part of what we do aboard the space station by doing those Earth observations.
And of course, also getting some opportunities to look at the heavens as well. We got some cool photos earlier of Comet Neowise from the International Space Station above all of the atmospheric distortion that you would see on the ground. Of course, when ground telescopes look at those, especially the large telescopes, they've got active control mechanisms to try to deal with the disturbance created by subtle motions of the Earth's atmosphere. But if you can put a telescope above the Earth's atmosphere, then you don't have to deal so much with those disturbances. So Bob and Doug, where they're at, pretty thin on the atmosphere, and able to get some great photos of Neowise as well.
Taking every second they get to take a look outside of the windows, some last views from orbit before returning to Earth tomorrow.
All right, so I just like seeing the inside of the capsule here. I don't really want to, I don't want to leave. I was going to leave. I was going to call it a day, but I like seeing the inside of the capsule. I like when they show us this. Anyways, let's go back and see. There were a couple other questions. What temperature will it see when it enters Earth? The heat shield will see 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, which I believe is like 1926 Celsius. Is that? I think that's correct. But 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit is the temperature that the heat shield will experience during re-entry.
So Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are riding right now in the Crew Dragon Endeavour.
Let's go back. There was another question I saw. Any plans to launch Starliner's DM-2? Yeah, we'll definitely try to cover Starliner's uncrewed mission again. How far away? Oh, we already answered that one. What happened with the iPad? We're not really sure yet. They haven't resolved that. Wonder if they'll be taking pictures of the hurricane. I think they've already taken pictures of the hurricane, actually, but I imagine they probably... I don't know if they're probably not going to get close to the hurricane again until close to splashdown. I don't think they'll be phased over it again. I think they should have packed some sunglasses. Yeah, it does look pretty sunny out there. Do you think they're nervous with some of the glitches? I mean, there really haven't. I mean, from the actual spacecraft itself, there really hasn't been any major glitches. I mean, the only glitches that I really know about, they had a communication issue when they docked to the station, but that was more of an interface issue. With interfacing with the station, they were having they were not able to route the communications from Dragon to the station to the ground. They eventually sorted that out. What was another one? Bob had an issue with his suit where he just didn't zip it up all the way, or he had something caught in the zipper. And then they've got the iPad with the checklist that's going wrong, but they have another iPad there, so like Doug has one, so it's not like they're in the dark. Like they have redundancy. But really, aside from that, there have been no glitches. Really, they're in good shape. Like there aren't any glitches. Does the heat shield melt during re-entry? I believe it's an ablative heat shield, so it does absorb and burn off some of the material. Countdown for landing. Landing's not till tomorrow, so I'm not going to adjust the countdown until tomorrow. Yeah, it's not so much going to melt, but next balloon when? It's a good question on the next balloon. I don't know the answer to that because COVID kind of has our coronavirus pandemic kind of has a lot of our plans on hold at the moment. Was kind of hoping a lot of that would be resolved by now. It's possible. It may be. We may have an opportunity later this month or next month. It's possible, but it is really throwing a wrench in the plans for launching weather balloons. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know when the next balloon is going to be, but I haven't forgotten about those. We still have plans. Still got lots of plans. GVA Morning Show. Hey, thanks for the tip. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. He says they must have installed iOS 14 beta on the iPad. They're early adopters. SpaceX, I mean, they like to be ahead of the curve on technology, so maybe they're early adopters on the iPad iOS. Do you work for SpaceX? No, I do not. When you go into space, does your blood evaporate inside your body? No. I mean, generally, they do everything they can to make the environment you're in space the same as like you are in Earth. So for the most part, like pressurization, oxygen levels, all that kind of stuff is very similar to what you'd have on Earth. It's just the fact that you're floating. So that does do weird things to your body, but it doesn't make your blood evaporate. Would it be seen in New York? If so, no, you won't see this in New York. Well, you might see the space station fly overhead. I think it's actually coming overhead on the next pass. So you might see. Is that what you're talking about? Because yeah, right here, actually, in about it's not directly over New York. It's very close. You'll probably see this if you're in New York somewhere. I should go outside and see this. It will probably be, let's see, where's our, I'll throw this map up on the screen so you can see. But yeah, if you're in New York, the next pass of the ISS and the Crew Dragon capsule, right here, look at this, here's New York. It's flying to the south here, but you should definitely be able to see that from New York. So you'll probably get a view of the space station flying overhead soon. That's going to be... That's on this next pass, so that's probably... Like, it's coming up right now. It's probably going to fly overhead in, like, I would say, like, 30 minutes or so. I don't know when the... Here, let me look at my phone. Look at passes for my area. I had to go outside and go see it. Take a picture of it, actually. I'm going to do that. I think I'm actually going to try to do that. Can I put it together fast enough, you think? That means I have to let you guys go. Will I see the ISS? Oh, it says it's not really a visible pass for me. Maybe I'm not going to see it. Well, maybe you won't see it in New York. So I'm looking at it now, and it says it's not a... Turn off my filters and see if it's... Because I got it filtered to only notify me about, you know, nice passes that I can actually see. Although I can't... My studio's like a dungeon for internet connectivity. So, there we go. Okay. Oh, actually, it says it... Oh, that's why it says I can't see it, because it says it's cloudy out right now. I have no idea what the weather is outside, but apparently it's cloudy outside. And it's telling me I'm probably not going to see it. But I'm going to try. Try to go see it. And the pass starts at... Wait a minute. No, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow there's a pass. 9:25 p.m. Not today. All right, I don't know how to read it anyway, so... 9:25 tomorrow. That doesn't do me any good. All right, anyways... Which is better, NASA or SpaceX? I mean, I wouldn't say either is better. I think SpaceX is going to do a better job of providing low-cost rides to space, and NASA is going to do a great job at setting up scientific missions that are not necessarily profitable. You know, things like the, you know, telescopes and rovers and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's NASA's wheelhouse right there. They would also be, you know, they'd be great at operating the International Space Station and getting to the moon, you know, or, you know, preparing for the moon and things like that. But I like that they're contracting out with private companies to actually perform a lot of the work to do that. So I'm a big fan of that.
And SpaceX Endeavour, could you secure the cameras, please?
And by secure, you mean go external on the cameras?
Somebody needs a...
Yep, that would be great.
Consider it in work.
Somebody's going to use the facilities.
So of course we can move the camera views from interior to exterior. We saw a little bit of that earlier today.
There you go. So looks like looks like somebody's going to use the facilities. They're taking the cameras away so we can't see inside.
We've got an Ask NASA question from Jim.
Cameras are external.
Okay, well, I think I'll just listen into the last couple of comms.
This one's actually a fun Ask NASA question.
I think we're going to wrap up now. I think we said we were going to do it a while ago, but we were getting some pretty awesome views from inside. So now it's wrap up time. I'll be back live tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC. I'm tired. We've had a long day here today, but this was fun. We got to see undocking, and we will see more tomorrow. The big thing, the big splashdown tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC. That's going to do it for me. I had a blast here, everybody. I'm glad everybody joined in and hung out with us here for today. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure you're subscribed and you got the notifications turned on so you can join with us tomorrow, because it's going to be super, super exciting here, especially that splashdown. I can't wait for that splashdown here. I gotta queue up my outro here so everybody will get to see the nice outro that we developed. All right, everybody. That's gonna be it for me. My name's Tori. This is Overlook Horizon. I'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 1700 UTC. Join the Discord if you want to chat in between, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of the day. Goodbye.